All right, it's hooking the live stream right now. Wow. Obviously a somber tone, man. Like the Klay news is kind of messing the whole vibe up. Do we know anything? Okay, right.
Maybe. Not really. Yeah.
Just from tweets and stuff.
Fair enough. Well, we are live now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Welcome to the 2020 Let's Go Warriors live draft. We have an all-star lineup today. I'm your host, Daniel Hardee, along with my co-host, the poor man's commish, the godfather of LGW himself. He's in the building. We've also got my main man, Joe. You know him from Golden State of Mind, as well as Let's Go Warriors. And we have a very, very special guest batting leadoff with us today. His name is Brandon Payne, and you may know him because he's helping Steph Curry bring the pain every night on the court. That's right. Brandon is Steph Curry's trainer, so it is a blessing to have him here today. Mr. Payne, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. I was better about an hour and a half ago, but I'm doing well.
Yeah, folks, if you don't know, the word spread like wildfire over social media. It looks like Klay Thompson has some sort of lower leg injury. Don't know the details quite yet, but it sounded not too great.
Well, anytime they say they got to do further evaluation, you kind of worry a little bit, and hopefully it's a quick evaluation with a very concrete return to play timeline.
Totally. I mean, I'm sure you've had plenty of experience dealing with lower leg injuries, working with Mr. Unanimous, Mr. Curry. For you, when you look back at the series of injuries you've had to this point, what for you was the scariest that you were like, whoa, this is going to take a lot of time to get through?
Honestly, the thumb last year was probably the scariest because it was the first time that we were dealing with something that was kind of bone related. It wasn't soft tissue related. And it was the first time that we were dealing with something in his upper body. And so, the injuries that we'd have previous with knees and ankles and groin, that was all soft tissue stuff. So the feeling as you're coming back from injury, as you're working your way back, you kind of know how things are supposed to feel and how things are supposed to progress. When you're dealing with a bone and you start to deal with nerves because of the surgery that you had, there's an unknown. And so the concern was there, with his left hand, even though you don't shoot a lot with your left hand, it's still in there. So getting the feeling back and just how to feel our way through that process, that was the most nerve-wracking process we've been through for sure.
Wow. I mean, I don't know about everybody else, I felt panicked by it from, 1,000 miles away. I was freaking out over it. So I can only imagine how it was for you. Do you guys think that this injury, hopefully it not being too severe, do you think it at all would change the way the Warriors front office would look at this draft?
Absolutely.
Well, actually, Connor Letourneau actually just tweeted out that he wrote up a little report and he said that it would not change their strategy.
Really?
So, yeah, haven't gotten a chance to read it, but that's what he tweeted. So I think it would be hard to pivot, especially on number 2, maybe down lower, and they would have to know the extent of Klay's injury, and maybe they just don't know that.
True. Absolutely.
Well, if they know it.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if they know the extent of the injury and then they know that it's not anything where he's going to be missing multiple months, then no, it doesn't change what you do. But if it is a situation where it's a serious injury and he is going to miss some time, I think the goal of tonight's draft has to shift from bringing in young talent to creating roster flexibility. So, trading down and potentially bringing in more veterans, whether you see them as pieces of a championship team or you see them as trade pieces to create a championship team, kind of has to start to enter into your mind, because right now they don't have great roster flexibility. So the number 2 pick can put you in a position to create that flexibility if you bring in attractive veterans that, like I said, they might not be the best fit for your championship run, but somebody else can find them attractive to where you could use them as trade pieces later on down the road.
That's a great point.
Could also mean that the lack of information could probably be something to maybe like make other teams not think that they're in a dire situation. Could be like a ploy for further leverage, I guess. Because if they release information right now, then other teams will be like less hesitant, I guess, to make deals with them. So I don't know. It could be a lot of things. Could be a lot of smoke and mirrors, but it's really hard to tell.
Yeah, and
totally.
I'm afraid we're not going to be able to get any more information on Klay's pickup game today because we had Charlie Torres, the guy that he trains with basketball wise down in LA. But Charlie basically said there's too much going on tonight. Naturally, no surprise there. And we probably just pressed him with too many questions, anyways. So
No, totally.
he's
That makes
gonna,
sense.
yeah, he's stuck in LA traffic, but he's on his way to wherever he's going. And there's probably just a lot on his mind. So he won't join us today, but we still have Draymond's trainer. And if Wiseman gets picked, we have Wiseman's trainer lined up coming on later on.
Now, I feel like you kind of have a hunch on that Wiseman pick. Are you
Oh,
leaning
right,
strong
yeah.
to it happening?
Yeah, I mean, I released a 20-minute video today. I guess really the thesis was that I just saw some things that he was doing that 7-footers normally don't do. And maybe, Brandon, you can kind of, based on your experience of seeing big men up close. But I saw the game tape of the Jordan Brand Classic, not the NCAA games. He only played 3 college games for Memphis. But at the Jordan Brand Classic, he took one possession, got the rebound, dribbled through 2 people, got an and one. There was no foul call, but it was an and one at the other end. And I just stopped and I was like, kind of salivating. I was kind of like, man, that's like Draymond, but a 5. That's a 7-footer doing that. And I've seen 7-footers like, say, Willie Cauley-Stein, and I'm not here to throw anybody under the bus. I'm just saying that Wiseman moves differently for your typical 7-footer. JaVale McGee, we know how he moves. We know how those 7-footers move. Wiseman is so much smoother than those guys. And it looks like he has the ball handling trajectory. Looks like he's been shooting well. So that's why I was like, man, for me, I feel like Wiseman's a no-brainer. And also, I also want to say that I really trust the Warriors player development process. Because I saw Jordan Poole start out summer league, was great. Then he struggled some more. Then finally around February, March, he was kind of getting back to, possibly serviceable in the playoffs kind of thing. And I think that's really all we're asking for from this draft pick.
All you're asking for from a child to dominate in the playoffs?
No, I mean, just to be serviceable in the playoffs for 2021. Now, after that, I do think Wiseman has such a high ceiling that he could really turn into an elite guy, kind of like what Jason Tatum has done at the 4 spot, kind of be a 3-4. Wiseman could theoretically be a 4-5, just based on the glimpses that I've seen. So it's a matter of, can we bottle that up? Can the Warriors management, their player development, keep that trajectory going?
Right.
So
right.
That's why I think he's worth it. And that's the kind of guy you want at number 2, I feel. But I certainly haven't seen enough 7-footers, up close as like Brandon has. So maybe he can give his 2 cents on that. Because Brandon, I think you liked Anthony Edwards in this draft, right?
Well, I like Anthony Edwards a lot because I think that he's probably the most physically ready to contribute from day one. But, we had Wiseman at our SC30 select camp, the last camp we had. He's very impressive. And it's hard to find the list of traits that he has, the list of positive traits that he has in the 7-foot kid. He does have good touch. He's got good footwork. He runs the floor very well. He's very fluid with his movements. So that tells you he has a really high ceiling and he has the ability to be a big time difference maker down the road. The problem is when you're in a win now situation like the Warriors, you have to look at, when you're drafting today, you're thinking about the Lakers, the Clippers, the Nuggets, the Jazz, the Mavericks.
Question. Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt there. Do we really have to think about the Clippers after what they just showed us? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just asking.
You do. I know it's kind of, it's kind of funny the way they exited, but you do have to think about them because you have to think about your path to the finals. You got to think about the potential path that you have to travel, and how does this particular draft pick help you either match up, or how does it help you create matchup problems in those series? Right. And it's tough for a 19 or a 20-year-old to help you in that situation in the playoffs, especially when you think about the matchup that he would have would be Anthony Davis, it would be Jokic, it would be Kristaps Porzingis, it would be Rudy Gobert. And not only does how he match up with them defensively, but how does he occupy them when he's on offense? What type of gravity does he have? Does he pull them away from the rim? Does he force them to pay attention to him when the ball's away from him? So those are all things you have to think about in a playoff setting when you're drafting. Now, I think that he probably, of all the prospects in this draft, probably has the highest upside with that list of physical traits. But does he change things from day one? I don't know. And you have to take those things into account when you're in a win now window like the Warriors are. And if you, like I said, if you could trade down or if you could pick them and then trade them and get a couple of veterans that are known commodities, guys that help you in matchup situations, I think that might be for this short term. And because it is win now, those are the things you have to think about.
I guess my question is, with what he has right now, of course, he's a very young man. He's got plenty of time to grow. But as far as a right now situation going against real goons who are, 7 feet up there, what would you say, okay, right now he can do this at a level that I wouldn't mind giving him 20 minutes in a playoff game? What do you think is good right now?
He has a very good touch out to about 16 to 18 feet, which means he can short roll off of screens instead of having to be a rim runner off of screens. So he can create some spacing issues from that standpoint. You would really like for him to be able to shoot all the way out to the 3-point line to really create spacing issues. So he does that well. Big time runner and a jumper. So, I mean, he's going to protect the rim and he's going to get rebounds and he's going to change ends really quickly. So he will force the other bigs to have to change ends with him. But again, only played 3 games in college. That not that that's the end all be all, because I don't even know that college basketball, given the differences in the game today from college basketball to NBA, is a big teller. But again, selfishly, my guy is definitely in a win now situation, and I would like for them to do the things that helped him win now. And that would be bringing in some veterans.
Makes sense. Joe, who's your I know you're not exactly the biggest Wiseman guy, but you see some things you like. What's your perception number 2 pick?
Well, I'm thinking you have to go Wiseman. I think that's pretty much the safe pick for now.
Yeah.
I'm not really keen, the Thompson injury, the Klay injury news. I think they still go Wiseman because I'm not personally that high on Edwards or Melo. I think Melo is a good passer, but I don't think, me personally, he fits what the Warriors need right now.
I'm really mad you just played him like that. Like he's a good passer. The man can pass the rock, baby. Come on.
Oh, he could, yeah. I mean, I'm understating his passing ability, but yeah, that shot is like, I've been watching draft vids the past week of him exclusively, and he still needs to work mechanics wise on that shot, I think. And he likes that 30-foot shot. He likes that Steph Curry past the hash mark shot from all the way near half court. And
hey,
I know
sorry to interrupt, but hey, I remember that time when I asked Steph in the Oracle press conference room. I asked Steph about LaMelo's near half court shot back then. So it'd be funny if they got to talk about that some more.
Yeah,
and
I don't know.
Steph was nice about it. It's just, I like the confidence, and that's the one thing LaMelo has.
Well, I think we know the one guy who can help LaMelo with that shot. Mr. Payne can help him a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's some things mechanically that he probably is going to want to iron out, just because not so much, he's a little bit of a shot maker now, even shooting the way he does shoot it. It's the time that it takes to get it off for him that's the big concern. He's never had to create space against guys in the NBA. And when you have mechanics that don't operate fluidly and don't operate smoothly when the ball is being picked up off the ground, it takes time, and defenders in the NBA can cover that ground really quickly. So open shots become contested shots very fast, and contested shots become block shots very fast. So and that's going to be something he learns. You guys were talking about Jordan Poole earlier. experience is the best teacher. And, he went through a period where it just wasn't going very well for him, and he figured some things out. So I think you have to give Jordan a lot of credit for figuring that out. He learned some things based off of what defenses were doing, and LaMelo Ball will be the same way. He'll have to learn based off what's being taken away, what's being challenged, what's working, and how he can work off of his strength, which is his passing ability. How can he use his passing ability to make himself a better scorer, make himself a better teammate, and a better mover without the ball? And those are the things that he'll have to do to be a really good player in the NBA. And I think he will. He's very talented.
Joe, now that we've balanced out your LaMelo slander, so with the win-now situation, Wiseman, and you wouldn't even consider trading it, or you would consider it, but Wiseman's a safe choice?
I honestly don't know what options the Warriors have unless they have a really, really good option to trade for. I'm guessing for me personally, I've been parroting Marcus Smart because there are rumors that the Celtics are looking to get into the at least the top 3 of the draft, but I don't know how likely that is. I remember seeing a tweet, that they were discussing, but it fell apart. So I don't think that's happening. Me personally, that's the only trade I would be willing to trade the number 2 for. Plus, I don't know, maybe the Celtics were asking for a bit more. So I don't think that's happening. So I think Wiseman is the safe one for me.
That makes sense. And we've got the draft exciting right now. The Minnesota Timberwolves are on the clock. It's amazing how a guy with only 3 games of college experience could be like the unanimous choice for a lot of Warriors fans for number 2. I think that shows just what a unicorn he is.
Well, he is the safe pick. He is the safe pick. I mean, he's the guy, given his size, given his physical ability, and given the skill set that he has currently, he is the safest pick out of all of them.
Yeah. With the fact that we have the 2021 pick coming up from Minnesota, and a lot of Warriors fans are fingers crossed that they don't do too well. Does that at all affect how you look at this draft, where you're not necessarily in a hurry to get a win now guy? I know, Brandon, you mentioned before that you are in a hurry because Steph Curry's there, baby.
I'm in a big hurry, yeah.
But as far as the other guys here, are you saying, well, hey, you know what? Even if we get a guy who's a project, we can always get that 21 pick from the Timberwolves too?
Oh, who are you talking to?
Either or.
Oh, okay. 2021 loaded draft. Am I right, Brandon?
There's a lot there. There's a more diverse skill set,
very loaded
there than maybe you see in this draft. So I think they're
freakish athletes.
Well, there's one freakish athlete that's right here in town. Yeah, that's going to be there. So
Jalen,
he's
right?
a big time. He's a big time difference maker. I've had a chance to work with him quite a bit, and he's a big time difference maker from day one.
That's Jalen Green. Jalen Green's with the G League team that happens to be in Walnut Creek.
Correct.
Of the young kids.
G League Ignite.
Yeah, there you go. So Brandon's gotten a chance to see them really up close. And
I had Jalen in a workout with Stephen and Luka Doncic, and
right.
Ooh,
Jalen more than held his own. So
right.
And that was 2 summers ago that he was in that workout. So he was a rising junior in high school. Yeah, rising junior in high school during that workout, and he looked every bit the part then.
Brandon, I don't know if you know this, but I was actually part of the NBC Southwest commercial package where they sent lucky fans out to go see a game. And I was at the game where Luka had a 40-point triple-double in 3 quarters on the Warriors. So I was traumatized for life. When you see him up close and personally and training with him, what about this guy is so unguardable?
Well, he controls the defender, and he has an incredible ability to decelerate and change directions, and he gets you to play at his speed. So he slows you down to get you to play at the speed he wants, and he speeds you up, and then he changes directions on you, and then he's got a whole package of passes, ball handling, and shots that he can take. And he's thinking the game at the same speed that Stephen Curry thinks the game, and that's an incredibly fast speed, and it's quite freakish that he's doing that this early. But he's in complete control of the floor when he's out there. And for a guy that's only going into his 3rd year to be doing that, it's scary because he's only getting better, and he still probably has a few more years of improvement before he really starts to feel like he is the player that he's going to be for the long term. So it's a lot of fun to watch, but he's a guy that loves basketball. He was getting his rear end kicked that entire workout, and he had a smile on his face the whole time, and he took it in. And I knew then after that he was going to be special, because that was a tough thing for him. He hadn't worked out a whole lot since he came out of that championship season that he had with his team overseas, and so he wasn't in great shape. And Jalen and Steph have been working out the entire summer. So it was a tough situation for him, but he had a smile on his face and he soaked it all in, and he showed flashes in that workout. So did I think he was going to be doing this fast? No, not at all. I don't think anybody could realistically think that, but it is quite impressive what he's doing.
Yeah.
Hey, so Shams just tweeted, Edwards is going to go number 1 to Minnesota. So Warriors will be on the clock very shortly. But I think just in case the Warriors pick Wiseman, because we have his trainer lined up after Brandon, I think maybe we should get an update on Steph while we're waiting for the Warriors to pick right here, maybe a couple minutes from what Brandon has seen this offseason, this pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a challenging offseason, just from in terms of, getting in the gym consistently and making sure we're doing things safely and doing everything within the protocols and getting tested and things like that. But when we've been in there, which has been quite often, he's been great. His conditioning is good from a shooting standpoint. Probably the last week and a half of work that we've done is as good as he's been. So he looks great. I brought Cam Reddish in to work out with him for a couple days to give him an opportunity to be a mentor, to be a teacher, to step into a leadership role, as well as to give him somebody to compete with in the workout. He did great with that. So that's why I really like the idea of him kind of mentoring and teaching some young guys to win. So he's been outstanding physically. He's always going to get stronger, and he has gotten stronger. He's got a little more bounce than he's had in the past. So that's a good thing. So, I'm anticipating. He always jokes about adding he talks about getting number 8 because he's got 7 dunks in his NBA career. So he's, we're working on number 8 here.
I had no idea. I will never forget that from now on.
Well, trust me, he knows. And it's something he mentions about once a workout now. So not that we're working on it a ton, but the possibility for him to get another 1 or 2 before he's done is certainly out there. But he's been great, and I'm really looking forward to seeing him back on the court, because it was really tough to go through last year not being able to watch him.
I can't wait for those Steph posters. And now we have the poster child of this draft class, Anthony Edwards, pick number 1 by the T-Wolves. Wow. Interesting little combo. We got D'Lo, Big Cat, of course, and Anthony Edwards. That's interesting.
I like
Makes
it.
sense.
Actually,
Makes sense, because I think LaMelo would have been a bit redundant with D'Lo.
Well, we can't have another son of LeVar Ball chase D'Lo out of first. If Lonzo took him out of LA, he can't have LaMelo take him out of Minnesota, man. Come on.
Good point.
Wow, that's wow. I guess we're gonna see why. I guess it has to be okay. Another question for you, Mr. Payne. When you're watching your boy cooking, it got it going. I heard Gilbert Arenas say that most guards, when they get a big, they want to take him to the rim, and when they get a small, they want to shoot over them. So with Steph Curry, he shoots over every single person he wants to. Yeah. When you're looking at a big guy defending him, what makes you salivate? Like, like what position are you looking at? Like he's already dead.
Well, the first thing that I look for is the big has to declare his feet. So is he going to try to play him straight up, or is he going to get 1 foot higher than the other? Because that'll tell you where the driving lane is. And so when he declares 1 foot, Steph can look behind that foot to see if there's potential help there. So if there's no help there, it's going to be a drive. But if the big declares a foot and drops his hands, he's probably going to step back and shoot. There's a lot of things to take into account other than just being big and small, because some guys are big and fast and some guys are big and athletic, and it's not that easy just to go right by them. So there's things to take into account, like, what the help is doing behind the big. What is there a corner shooter, or is there movement on the side that you're on? But there's a lot of things to take into account. And Steph, the fact that he processes information so quickly and he's able to read their feet, read their hand, read their nose, and make a decision, he's got everything at his disposal, including creating space and shooting the ball.
He's doing a great job at it, that's for sure.
He has. He certainly has.
So when you're training, young point guards, obviously it's not the point guards of old where it's like, hey, you're the distributor of the rock, get your guys involved. Well, now we have so many scoring point guards where basically if you're a point guard who can't score, a lot of times you're seen as having a disadvantage, especially in NBA 2K. So I guess my question to you is, when you're helping a young guy, are you saying, okay, this is what the league is like and maybe trying to push them in a certain direction? Or are you saying, hey, what's the best thing that you can do in maximizing that?
Well, you have to be very diverse in your skill set as a point guard. So you've got to be a threat with the ball. You got to be a threat to score because you get into ball screen situations. You have to command. You have to make the defense make a decision. You have to be somebody that moves the ball on time, on target to the correct place. You have to be somebody that moves without the ball with purpose. You got to be a great screen setter. You got to be a screen setter. You got to be able to get out of it and come off the screens. There's so many things that you have to do, and young point guards have to learn how to do that in a 16-second window because they've been playing with either no shot clock or a 30-second window. The game speeds up a lot, not necessarily from a movement standpoint, but from a decision-making standpoint. So, it's, again, experience is going to be the best teacher, and really seeing that first 82 games as 82 learning opportunities so that you can really start to learn. It's amazing if you watch Steph, he's always moved well. But when you got to year 2, year 3, year 4, he started moving well, but he started moving with great purpose. And he started moving to spaces where he knew shots were going to be. He started moving, taking into account where help was and where other opportunities to score were. He also started moving to create gravity to take help away from other players to score. Those are all the things you have to learn, and it takes time to learn those things. So you have to become very solid in your skill set in order to do those things.
Wow, man.
Hey, so the pick has been made. It's Wiseman for the Warriors.
All right.
I'm very happy about that. And I'd like to tell Dub Nation that you're going to get this guy, this kid, got a 4.0 GPA. He speaks Mandarin, or at least he tries to. He's actually not bad. He's got all these little quirks. If you go to his TikTok, you'll find some funny stuff there. So
he'll fit in with this
only
group
19. Well. Yeah, it's a good fit. Really good fit.
This is awesome. So everybody's happy, right?
I hope so.
I can't think of anyone better than Draymond to develop Wiseman.
Yeah. Well, I talked to a couple of high school coaches that saw him at, whatever it was, Nike Hoop Summit. And they were like, well, okay, the one thing would maybe be his motor, whereas they weren't worried about LaMelo's motor at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about Wiseman's motor at all. I wouldn't worry about it.
Plus, if you have Draymond there, I think everyone's motor is automatically up a gear, right?
And based on Wiseman's demeanor, I think he's someone who's really willing to learn. He's not going to be someone who's going to protest that much. He knows who Draymond is. He knows who Steph and Klay are. So
yeah. Well, I'm really close with Paul Biancardi, who's ESPN's national recruiting director who handles. And so Paul had a lot of experience with Wiseman over the past several years. And I've had a lot of conversation with him the past 2 or 3 days, and he's had nothing but great things to say about Wiseman. And he reiterated to me that the motor issue is not an issue at all with Wiseman, that's kind of just somebody trying to make a surface evaluation without having been in the gym with them or spent a lot of time with them. And, in order for these draft picks to really work out, there's 3 things have to be present, right? They've got to be a willing learner. You've got to be openly coachable, and you got to be willing to allow yourself to be held accountable. And if those 3 things can be present with a young player, with the leadership that Draymond gives, which is very vocal, which is very demonstrative, and the leadership style that Stephen has, which is a little bit softer, but still very direct, I think you can really get some guys, hopefully, to contribute for you fast. I hope he's a quick learner and is ready to help with those matchup situations we talked about earlier.
Hey, Brandon, on that note, Oh, sorry. I have like a burning question for Brandon on that.
Yeah.
Since Wiseman is kind of like of the sort of demeanor of Steph and Klay, I would kind of want to start leaning towards 2021's pick being a Draymond type. Do you know of any 2021 draftees that are sort of fiery like that?
I don't know, man. That Draymond is a whole nother level, man. He's a level of competitive that not many people reach, and his love and desire to win, and he has a hard time holding it in, and that's okay, because in every locker room you need a guy like that, and he's not only is he a guy like that, but he's a hell of a player, and he makes a lot of plays, and he makes everybody around him better. So, I don't think we need to worry about Draymond going anywhere for a while. He's going to be here, and he's going to be making plays, and he's going to be leading this team.
Agree. Yeah.
And so I think hopefully next year you're continuing. The one thing that I would like to see the Warriors do is try to add some athletic length on the wing. I think that's going to be something that'll help. And not that the guys they have now are not serviceable. They just need more of it. You need more of it because, again, you got to look at the potential matchups that you have in the first, second, and third rounds of the playoffs and how you either match up or how you create matchup problems. And those are things you have to take into account when you're looking to add to your roster.
Where do you see?
And are those more? Oh, I'm sorry. Are there more of those 3-and-D young wings in the 2021 draft, do you think?
There's a lot of those guys, in really in both drafts. What I'm talking about the 6'6" to 6'8" athletic. In a perfect world, you're looking for Andre Iguodala, right? I mean, that's really what you're looking for. You're looking for that body. So that's kind of hard to find in terms of that makeup with all of his attributes, but you can find that physical makeup. So you really, with that guy, you're looking for somebody to really be a defensive stopper for you, somebody that can come in and chase somebody and really cause problems defensively. So, you don't have to worry so much about offensive deficiencies at that point. You're just looking for physical capabilities and desire to be a defender.
I was going to ask, where do you see Paschall's role fitting in? Because we got a lot of people who think he's like basically a small ball center. But because of his amazing shooting ability and his ability to track wings on the perimeter, they're saying he's actually a 3. Where do you kind of see him fitting in?
All the above. I mean, he can do a lot of different things. I mean, he's very, very skilled. I mean, I had a chance to watch him the past couple of weeks and pick up, and I've watched him through the season last year. I think the hard part for these guys that played last year coming into this year is this year's roles are going to be completely different than last year's, right? Because the makeup of the team is going to be a little bit different. So while it was great that they got all that experience and they got to do a lot of different things, they got to try a lot of things with not a lot of pressure on them. I think there's still going to be some learning that has to happen with those guys within the new role when Stephen comes back and hopefully Klay comes back and when Draymond's playing constantly. And then with Wiggins being kind of more integrated into what they're doing, those guys are going to have different roles. So I think with Paschall, he can fill any of those 5-4-3 spots. The question is, can he really defend that 5 spot when you get into, tough situations? And those tough situations come in the name of Anthony Davis. They come in the name of Nikola Jokic. They come in the name of Kristaps Porzingis. Can you guard those guys? Can you at least get them to throw the ball a couple times instead of shooting it every time?
That's real.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt you again, Dan. I've been doing that a lot. So I've used up my quota, but Brandon, your hometown Charlotte Hornets are picking now. So what do you got for us? How do you feel about that?
Well, it's funny. Coach Borrego's sons, both of his sons and both of my sons are teammates. They play on teams. So I'll fly home. I'll fly home Friday and I'll be with Coach Borrego all day Sunday before I fly back here Sunday night to get Stefan's workouts in. So we'll have a chance to talk about it. But they're in a different situation, right? So they're in a situation where on their competitiveness curve, they're not looking to fill need. They're looking for the best available player. And because they are very talent deficient at a lot of spots, and they've got a lot of bad contracts falling off. So they can take the player that they feel is the best on the board for them. And I really don't know who that would be. I know they feel good about their guard situation with Rozier, with Devontae Graham. So I don't know how that really shakes out with LaMelo Ball. I know they like the kid from Southern Cal, the big kid. Yeah. And everybody really likes the young man that played in Israel last year.
Denny Adizia.
Yeah, I can't say his name well, but I have seen him play. He's really good. So, cool. They also are in a position where they could trade down. There's a lot of options they have.
And we have James Wiseman, strength trainer, coming on at, I don't know, is he on deck yet, Dan?
Yes, Mr. Alexander is in the waiting room.
Oh, cool. Well, anything you wanna add, Brandon? I know you're starting to do some extra stuff with Accelerate stuff, especially in like video training, right?
Yeah, we're doing some things now where we're going to be doing, movement screenings and skill screenings where people can send us some videos and things like that. And we'll send you feedback and give you an idea of what you need to be working on. And we'll actually develop a custom program for you. And then we've also got some programs and things that we'll be selling that are more along the lines of pre-designed programs. So we're getting into that, and we're designing a lot of things that training the trainers and training the coaches, we're getting into that as well. So, our online stuff, we're hoping to have everything up and ready by January 1st. And so people can go on and use it as an education resource and a training resource.
That's fantastic, because I definitely need to get my skills back. It's been a minute, gain a few pounds. I'm counting on you to hook me up, man. Hook me up, please.
We got you.
Appreciate you, man. Hey, Brandon, thank you so much for joining us. Seriously, I feel like I know more about Steph just by talking to you.
All right, man. I appreciate you guys having me. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate you, and
let's go Wiseman.
Have fun back in Charlotte. Yeah,
we'll do, man. Thank you. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, folks. Wow. You heard it first from Steph Curry's trainer. And now with Wiseman being selected by the Golden State Warriors, we have his trainer on the line, Mr. David Alexander, who I will bring in momentarily. And on my TV screen, I'm seeing that LaMelo Ball is going to join Michael Jordan's team in Charlotte.
Nice. That should be fun.
Yeah, hopefully. I do recall, I think we got David in right now. Let me see if I can tap him in.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, David, how you doing, man?
David,
how you doing?
Good to have you.
Thanks for joining us. I think you got some pretty good news to report, right?
Man, I'm so excited right now. I can finally be a Warriors fan again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Man, it feels good right now. That kid worked hard.
Yeah, well, we just spent a whole hour basically talking about Wiseman, but before he was picked, and now that he's picked, we can actually find just exhale and kind of get that sigh of relief. But from your perspective, actually seeing this young man work so hard to get to this franchise, what did you see in him, and what do you love about this?
I've been blessed to work with a lot of players, everyone from, LeBron to D-Wade to CP, down the list. And this kid has that same mentality. He's, in my opinion, a future Hall of Famer. He's going to be a Rookie of the Year. He has a work ethic that I haven't seen in a lot of players in a very long time. I spent the last 5 months with this kid, and to try to get this kid to take a day off was it was virtually impossible. He wants to be one of the greats. And usually during this kind of era of social media and other things, kids kind of do things just for Instagram or TikTok. This kid wants no part of that. He just wants to grind out and be one of the best.
That sounds great, man. I'm about to tear up just hearing that. Let's go Warriors. Let's go Warriors.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm excited. I'm really excited, especially he fits so well in terms of off the court personality. He's going to fit right in with like Steph and Klay and really everybody else. Even behind closed doors, Draymond is pretty, not as fiery as he is on the court. And Steve Kerr. And, Wiseman just looks like he wants to learn. Yeah,
he's a real, I think the thing that, really intrigued me the most about him was the questions he asked. Every day he wanted to learn. He wanted to find ways to get better. If I saw things in him that he can improve upon, whether it was on the court, off the court, he's a real humble kid. He's real quiet. Of course, when he gets between those lines, he becomes a killer. But he's got a personality that you just don't see out of a lot of these young kids getting into the NBA. It's going to make them special.
Hi, David. I just wanted to ask, everyone in the draft has had a really long time to prepare for the draft, since the pandemic and whatnot. But Wiseman has had a longer time because he only played 3 games in the NCAA. So during that time, what were the points of improvement that you worked on with him, and how has he been doing in those areas so far?
I think the thing that, his on-court coach, Andrew at Miami Hoop School, and myself, as well as his agency, we did a really good job at just peaking him perfectly. We knew it was going to be a long road. We didn't want to grind him out too early. We really wanted to focus on certain things each week, each month, because we knew what this progression was going to be. So we wanted to make sure we took a really intelligent approach. So on the court, Andrew perfected everything he needed to do, whether it was inside the paint or his shot. I mean, you don't see a lot of kids 7'1" that can shoot it like this kid. As far as on his body, it was just getting his nutrition on point, getting his sleep on point, letting him understand that everything he does has a ramification to his body and his outcome during his craft. And those are the things he really took the notes on. I mean, he made huge changes to his nutrition. If you've ever been to my social media and you look at the before and afters of him, it's night and day.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, the kid got in phenomenal shape, but, we really focused on his mechanics. We focused on, with a lot of bigs, they tend to be injury prone. If you look at guys like Joel Embiid and down the road, that was kind of something we really wanted to focus on. Was we didn't really need to make him that much bigger or stronger. We needed to make him function at a higher level. So we wanted to make sure that he's going to be able to play 82 games at a high level. He's already as strong as an ox. The kid's pushing near 250 pounds. He's around 5% body fat. So, he's a big kid. I saw somewhere they had him at 230. We kind of laughed at that because someone's scale wasn't calibrated. But, right before I weighed him out, he was floating right around, I think, 246.
Wow.
So, for me, it wasn't about, hey, let's get this kid huge. It was like, let's get him functioning at a very high level.
Yeah, I mean, considering the types of bigs we have in today's game, where we're not seeing those old school, like big lumbering guys as much, where now, I mean, the biggest guy probably out there obviously Jokic, there's a different story, but I'm talking about, like, as far as guys running up and down the floor with the kind of speed there, Embiid is probably, the closest to being really huge. But like you said, the injuries are taking toll every single year. So one of the questions that I had going into is, okay, when this guy is plugged into this team with all this shooting and all these moving pieces with the Warriors motion offense, how legit is his passing to you?
You know what? I don't know if you guys know who Shane Larkin is.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so Shane Larkin, in my opinion, is like just one of the truest point guards. Shane spent a lot of time. He also works with Miami Hoop School. So does Tim Hardaway Jr., Jalil Okafor, and a couple other guys I work with. And they said they've never seen anything like it. When I asked, I said, who does he remind you of? Does he remind you of a KD? Does he remind you of a Kevin Garnett? And they were like, man, I've never seen anyone handle it or pass it like this kid. So I think, I leave my basketball criticism to the people that know better than I. I focus more on the strength room and the biomechanics portion. But from some of the best people I know down here in Miami that are working with them, they said they've never seen anyone move the ball around like this kid.
A giant freak kid with brilliant passing. Sign me up all day. Okay, I'm with it.
Yeah, man.
Hey, David, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? I think you said you're from San Francisco, and then also how you started working with James.
Yeah. I actually grew up in the Bay Area. I grew up in Marin County. I lived in San Francisco for a long time. I went to school down in San Diego. I migrated out to Miami in about 2005, and I've been out here since. I have a great relationship with XL Sports, who's James' agency. So once they signed, Jeff Schwartz reached out to me and asked if I would take this on. I did a little research. I saw who the kid was, and it was a no-brainer for me. He was someone I really wanted to work with. I'm at a point in my career, I'm very blessed to work with some great players. So I pick and choose who I work with. It's got to be a good fit. And for me, I'm not going to take an athlete on unless they're dead serious about becoming a better athlete. And he was that kid. The first day I met him, he became like a little brother. He comes from a great family. His mom, his sister, his morals, his integrity. You'll see as he starts to peel back the layers and starts to get in the spotlight a little bit, people are going to really see the personality of this kid. And he's a Bay Area kid. And it's funny because when he was asking me, he said, where would you want me to go? I said, the Bay Area. And he said, well, why? And I said, you just have that personality. You're going to blend in perfect up there. I said, it's a real place. They're real fans. They'll love you when you win. They'll love you when you lose. I said, I honestly believe that's going to be the best fit for you. So I was literally lighting candles every night that this kid was going to end up there. I just think it's going to be great for his career. And then to have a true point guard like Steph Curry, and we hope Klay's okay. I think we all saw that he had an injury today. So having a guy like Klay and then having a guy like Draymond, I think is so important for him because James has that dog in him. And I want Draymond to pull that out in him. And so I think that's going to be great. He's going to have, he has every facet he needs. And then having a coach like Steve, of course, I just think it's a perfect fit.
Hey, and how about Sean Livingston? He's with Excel. He was with Jeff Schwartz, wasn't he?
I think he was. Yeah. He works with another great guy down here in South Florida. I can't remember his name, but I never worked with Sean personally.
Oh, so did Sean go out to Miami to go look at Wiseman for those workouts?
I don't recall. I wasn't on the court too often with him. So like I said, Andrew from Miami Hoop School was the one who kind of saw that. If Sean saw him, he might have. I know when Golden State came in, there were several people there, but we kind of call that under wraps.
Of course. Makes sense. So I guess you're saying that when you're describing him, like with the height and the physicality, as far as physical attributes come to mind, I'm thinking like David Robinson type. Do you think that's kind of accurate there?
Yeah. I put him right there. I definitely think he models his game a little after D. Robinson and Anthony Davis. I'm biased, but I think the kid's going to surpass both of them. I mean,
dang.
I've worked with a lot of special talent, this kid. And I think, you know what?
I like it.
I can honestly say I think Minnesota is going to be kicking themselves that they slept on this kid.
Wouldn't be the first time Minnesota's kicked themselves over passing on a pick one to the Warriors.
Yeah.
So Wiseman's going to be better than Cat.
Oh, that I can't wait to see. Wiseman versus Cat be box office.
Yeah, it's good. I can't wait to see him and Steph. That's going to be.
It should be pretty soon. Matter of fact, I may need to duck out to go catch the NBA media, whatever you call it, the Zoom that they're having with James. Once I get the tweet from NBA PR, I don't know when it's coming.
Oh yeah, you gotta get this first word as a Warrior, man.
Yeah, I'd like to, but we'll see. We'll just see how it goes.
Well, coming from the Bay Area, you know what it's like as a Warriors fan watching year after year the Warriors looking for that one big guy, that one center who could just block all the shots and get all the dunks. I mean, really, after Chris Webber, it was kind of like we had Dampier, Foyle, Fuller, and I went to all their local basketball camps in like Hayward, Oakland and stuff like that. So they were heroes to me. But looking back on it, there's some issues there at the 5 position that Warriors fans have been pining for. It's awesome to hear you talking with such glowing confidence about Wiseman, because it sounds like finally we have that guy. I mean, the fact that we won 3 titles with Bogut, who was an all-star, but at the time he was injured. We had JaVale McGee, David West. None of those guys were considered like in their prime killers. They just worked really well with the team. They're great players for us. But Wiseman's like an actual prospect that people salivated over. So for him to come to us, it's like, man, a dream come true.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the thing is, he's a 5 that can move around like a 1 and a 2. That's the craziest thing about it. And so I think because he's going to have a Steph and a Klay and people that he can play off the ball and do all that, I don't see a lot of people getting in the paint around this kid. I mean, he's so freakishly athletic. It's nuts. Like I said, if you've ever been to my social media, I've posted a lot of stuff on this kid. And he's a freak of nature. And he's worked out with some of the great – I had him working out even at some point. He was in with some of my NFL players. So he was working out with guys like Melvin Ingram, DJ Swinton. Yeah, so he was working out with some monsters.
Big dudes.
And James was right there. He was right there with them. And so even like on some days he was on the track, with Tim Hardaway Jr. And, we have Donovan Mitchell in there now. So it's like he's been working out around some real guys.
Wow. So his ability to move in space and change directions. How do you like that?
Unbelievable, man. That was one of the big things me personally I focused on when I sat with him. I think the kid wears like a size 17 or something. It's nuts. So I spent a lot of time working on his footwork because, I work with a lot of defensive backs. Like, I train guys like Bradley Roby and AJ Boye. And to me, I think the cornerbacks are the most athletic people on the planet. So when I sat with James, I said, I want to get your footwork like a DB. So I said, because if I can get moving like a cornerback and you're a center, it's going to be unparalleled to what anyone can do. So we spent a lot of time doing a lot of agility, a lot of cognitive training. And so he progressed really nicely through that. So that was a focus. I wasn't concerned with getting him huge because he's already such a big kid. It was like, hey, can I get your feet moving like a Steph? Can I get your feet moving like a Kyrie? Because if I can do that at 7'1", 250 pounds, we're going to have a scary center.
I mean, that's super scary. I mean, how many times do you see big guys who are trying to, mirror the small guards and, back it up and going forward and getting their ankles broken because, hey, they're 7 feet, they're giants. To have a guy that big who can control that much space and quickness is a dream come true.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, this is Eric Apricot, and I really appreciate, David, your trainer's eye view of things. I did see some people criticizing James for kind of taking time to load up on his jumps. Is that something that you've noticed at all?
No, listen, I think a lot of times, like anything, you're going to have untrained critics they're going to try, they got to find something, right? I can put James's plyometrics ability against some of the best guards. If you line up film, give me 10 point guards and give me James, I can show you 10 ways that James can be better than him. He doesn't load up. I think what he was getting better at was the timing of things. He was so reactive and so explosive. Sometimes he was getting out in front of things. So that was something we started to work on and control.
Yeah,
So
so you
David,
know go ahead, Joe.
David, how about his passing? As you know, the Warriors love their passing big man, so they might count on him being on that low post, finding people off cuts, weak side, or the split, or even if on a pick and roll, if Steph gets blitzed, they might look to him for the short roll. So how have you been working on his passing ability?
So we did a lot of cognitive training. So we use tools like the fit lights, where it's a bunch of reactive training. So we would put him in a circle of about 5 different lights that light up with colors. And there's about 1 second to a half a second between things. And he has to be able to react to those things. He was a 10 out of 10 every time. So those keep track. So if he has a miss or if a light goes off and he wasn't able to react to it, it gives me data and metrics that I can sit and present to him and go, okay, listen, on the 5th one, you missed one over there in the corner. So we did a lot of cognitive work with him. And towards the end, I mean, he doesn't miss anything. He's very, very good at reacting and he's very quick.
Sounds like the Warriors are about to go undefeated, man. What are you talking? Sounds like they're about to go 70, whatever it is, 72 games in a row.
Listen, man, you would hope so, right? I just can't say it to my other players I train.
So my question is, now would you have him at the number 2 spot? I know from some guys going number 1 is like really, really important. Other guys like, I don't care, just give me a team. Was he like really into the whole idea of being number 1, or the idea of going to the Warriors was more tantalizing for him?
You know what? I know for him, it didn't matter. He was honestly excited to just get to the NBA. I know he was definitely excited about Golden State. Okay. Here's a funny story, and I think he might post it because we talked about it. One of the first days he walked in the train, he had how old are you?
How old am I? 32.
Okay, so I'm 44. So I'm been all the way back to the Chris Mullin days and things like that. So he had a Warrior shirt on from those days. And I was like, hey, man, I think this is a sign. This was literally 6 months ago. He's like, you know what, if I get drafted by them, I'm going to do a post on this.
Oh, tight. Okay, okay.
That was pretty cool, man. So with that being said, I know he was super excited about the thought of Golden State. Especially because just the caliber of championships that they've been able to build, the players they have, just them as an organization overall. I don't want to speak for him, but just in personal conversations, I know he was really hyped on that organization.
That's great, man. I remember a time, I'm sure you do, where that wasn't the case. People were like, "Don't let it go to the Warriors."
we had a tough run, but they're back.
Yeah, for sure. So I know this will sound crazy, but you already set the bar pretty high when you said Rookie of the Year, Hall of Famer. Are you for real about the Rookie of the Year thing?
So I have a text message, but I keep my stuff private. One of the goals I sat with them, I said, listen, if I take you on as a client, I'm going to be frank here. I'm like, I don't fuck around. I said, I take this real serious. Once I'm on you, my name's on you. I turned Victor Oladipo into the most improved player. I just worked with Chris Paul for the last year, and this is the first season he never missed a game. Before that, he was injury plagued. I've worked with LeBron. I've worked with D-Wade. We resurrected his career. So, not to kind of flex right there, but it was really important that James understood the magnitude of this. And I said, the one goal I have for you is Rookie of the Year. And I said, I need you to go out there, and everyone else that thinks they're above you, I need you to go out and show them what we worked over the last 5 years. And 5 months. And towards the end, I saw him and I said, I honestly believe this kid will be a Hall of Famer. I really do. I know that's a high bar, but his work ethic is what's going to separate him from the rest. Anyone can go out and get some points and be good, but to be great, to be a LeBron James or to be one of these guys, it's the work ethic. And he has parallel to some of the greatest players I've trained.
That's serious, man. That's real serious. I mean, look, for me personally, I knew we needed a big man. And so I was like, hey, if Wiseman's that guy, he's that guy. But with so little tape on him, there's always a fear like, who is this dude? You know what I mean? Like, obviously, Bob Marks in front office don't know what they're doing. But as, an outside observer, it's like, okay, you don't want a guy, as we've seen with so many big men busts over the years, who they come in and they never quite pan out. And, I mean, I don't want to throw any guys under the bus, but recently we know Anthony Bennett was one of those guys where it was like, oh, he's going to come and be a killer. And then, obviously with the organizational situation he was in, it wasn't the best, but he didn't pan out that way. So there's always that fear, like, are we gonna have another Warrior flame out big man? And so the words you're saying are super encouraging.
Yeah. I think you guys are gonna be very pleased with the outcome of this kid.
David, is there something that Warriors fans can look at in James's first year to kind of see the directions that he's going to be growing in, things that we can look at to say, oh yeah, this guy's on track to be a really, really big star?
Yeah, I think honestly for me, it's going to be his unselfishness. He wants to win, and he wants to be a great player, but he understands if you look at a LeBron or you look at these guys, you understand you got to be a role player, and it can't be about you going out and trying to get 40 every night. So I think with a James Wiseman type kid, he's going to go out there and do what the Warriors need for him to win. So as long as you see a kid out there that's putting his team in a position to win every night, that's what I would be excited for. The numbers are going to be there. They're going to come. Could the kid go out and go get 30 a night? Absolutely. Could he go get 15, average a double-double in his sleep? But I think, the humbleness and wanting to win more than his own, self success, I think that's what's going to separate him.
Makes sense. I mean, as a fan of the game, obviously you worked with a bunch of great Hall of Fame type guys. Who are you watching for, and who are you rooting for maybe outside the Warriors? Like, with those relationships there, who you got your eye on?
So it's tough, man. When I got in, I grew up a Warriors fan and a 49ers fan and a San Francisco Giants fan. But when I got to doing what I was doing, you kind of start going for your teammates or for your clients. So it was really tough for me because I was actually working with LeBron a little bit on and off when he was battling the Warriors. And so my family didn't talk to me for about 4 years.
Well, it was your fault he was dropping 40-point triple doubles on us.
Yeah, I'm coming home with Cavaliers gear on, and I'm all hyped. He was a friend. So, for me, I'm about my players. Donovan Mitchell, I'm going to be all about the Jazz. CP3, I'm going to be all about the Suns. Of course, with James, I'm going to be all about the Warriors. I got Tim Hardaway on the Dallas Mavs. I got a bunch of players. I work with about 15 to 20 NBA guys. So I'm going for all those guys. I'll be a little biased with this kid each night, though.
Who has the best bench press? Or can you say that? No, later.
Yeah, I'm gonna go no comment on that one.
Okay, fair. That's fair. Try to get those inside scoops. Yeah. That's dope, man. Okay, so now we have a situation where the draft is still going on, and we got some trades on the horizon. Have you heard about this whole news, or I guess the news with a rumor about Harden going to Brooklyn?
Yeah, I did. I think, first off, I think it's crazy. Second off, I think it's a smoke thing. I don't see it working. And if I'm personally Houston, I'm gonna demand Kyrie. I'm gonna demand someone. I'm not gonna give you James Harden to go play with Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. It's just not gonna happen.
Right.
I think it's one of those things, that does he? I mean, I don't know. I don't train James Harden. I don't know him like that. Does he want to go? I'm sure he wants to go. He's good friends with those guys. Then there's the flip side, right? How many times have we seen that and it hasn't worked out? I think the only time we've seen it really work is when KD came to Golden State and they were able to do what they did. But a lot of times, could those three guys have that chemistry? I don't think there's enough ball for the three of them personally.
Right.
That's a lot of ball. And especially you're talking about Kyrie Irving, who's a true point guard. He's going to need those touches. James is not used to playing off the ball. He's going to need those touches. And then you have KD, who's, he's KD. So I don't know, man. I think it doesn't make sense to me.
That makes sense. Do you feel like it's a thing where, because obviously these are world-class hoopers. When you're saying Kyrie and James Harden have a way they play, is it a thing where they've had so much success playing this way that you'd be a fool to ask them to try a different role on? Or is it because they're the best at doing that?
Yeah, I don't know if it's that, because I think sometimes too, you get a player that just wants to win, right? Like, I think to kind of cement their legacy. I mean, Kyrie already has his ring. KD has his ring. James doesn't. So maybe James is willing to take a back seat and say, hey, listen, like, I don't care, man. I just need to be around and win. You guys want me to shoot this thing? I'll shoot it. You want me to go ISO? I'll go ISO. But I think at the end of the day, it's like, it depends on where that player is at in their career. I mean, everybody thinks they want to win until you get about 40 games in. Maybe you start losing a couple games. Maybe all of a sudden you and your boy aren't as close that day and you get an argument. You got to remember, man, it's a long season. And these guys, like, you're traveling together. It can beat you down mentally and physically. And so if you are not in the right mental place to go play with 2 or 3 other all-stars and you're used to being, I mean, you're talking about this guy was an MVP. So
Yeah.
you're talking about he's used to touching that ball.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know where he's at mentally. So, I mean, I can only give my opinion, but I don't see that working unless someone is really going to give up the way they play.
Do you feel like Houston has enough to just say, hey, you know what? Try it again. We got 2 EPs in the primes. Go for it.
I don't think Houston has a shot at winning. You know, they're going to need a lot of pieces. Is that what you're asking me? Is that the question there?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you got it right to the bottom of it.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I think even if you keep James, you don't have enough.
Looking like a true Warriors fan.
A real Warriors fan.
Yeah.
When you look at the West, it's like I look at, like, you know, I'm working with Donovan Mitchell right now, and I look at Utah. Utah would smack them. Now it's like,
Yeah.
I just don't. I think their best chance at winning is when they have Chris Paul, and I'm not biased because I'm a CP guy, but that was their best chance. Had they kept that team together, I think they could have got it done this last year.
Well, why do you think they had that sudden disintegration?
I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. You know, it worked out for Chris, so I'm happy. I don't know. You know, CP's he had just had one of his best seasons, and now
he was killing last year. He was killing.
Yeah.
He had fun again, man. I would call him every night, and I was just so hyped to see him enjoy basketball again.
Yeah.
And again, like, he played a whole season without missing a game. The only game he took off is, you know, at the passing of Kobe Bryant. He just needed a day or two to get his mind right. But that was it. I'm even more hyped now to see what he does in Phoenix with D-Book. I think they're gonna give it a run, man.
Okay, so my guy Joe here, undercover Phoenix fan since Chris Paul came there. A lot of folks are talking about, you know, Chris Paul always makes his bigs better. Everywhere he goes, his bigs thrive. I would love to see what DeAndre Ayton does with him.
You know, it's funny because I always will I yell at Chris because I'm like, man, just go. He's like, no, man, I got to get everyone else going. Like, if you notice, like, CP doesn't even turn on till the second half. Like, he's all about that first half, getting everyone going, making sure they get their stuff. He's like, you know, I can go get my 20 whenever I need it. I'm like, well, let's go get 40 because I just like but he's just the most I mean, he's a true point guard, man. So it's like, now you talk about D-Book playing off the ball, and you got an unselfish point guard who does not care. He just wants to win. That's one thing about Chris Paul. When I say he's cut from a different cloth, he just wants to win, and he wants to win so bad. So he's going to do whatever it takes.
And
David,
I'm sorry.
David, how many more years do you think Chris Paul can play at a starting point guard?
Listen, I'll be honest, man. I think he has. This is gonna sound crazy, guys. I think he has a solid 5 years if he wants it. He's the healthiest he's ever been. You know, knock on wood. If he wants it, he easily has another 5 years.
How old is he now?
Yeah, I think he's only 34.
Okay, yeah. Steve Nash played till he was 40.
Yeah, Chris can easily do it. I mean, he takes such good care of himself, mentally, physically. His nutrition's on. He has an amazing chef. You know, we built him a home gym. He has, you know, myself or my business partner, Donnie Raymond, always with him. So he has one of us always training him. I mean, he has a very good system around him. We have a phenomenal lady, Ann, our soft tissue lady, that's always with him. So this guy takes care of his body. He's special.
Do you have any, I don't know if you can answer this, but do you have any sense what went wrong between CP3 and Harden? I mean, it seemed like they had such a good team, but
I don't, man. I
something
don't even like asking that stuff because I don't want to know.
I'll tell you what was wrong with him. The Splash Bros getting him every year. That's what happened.
Well, listen, if Chris didn't get hurt that 1 year, I wasn't working with him then. But if he didn't get hurt that 1 year, I think that would have – I think they were up, 3-2 in the series?
You're up 3-2, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they might have got you guys.
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
But yeah, as far as the personal stuff, I never ask. I'm a trainer. I stay in my lane. All I care about, how's your body, how's your sleep, how's your food, who you get along with. I don't care. I just got to make sure he's able to play at a high level.
Well, he's definitely going to make Booker look good because, you know, the Suns went 8-0 in that bubble run, and it was like, whoa, like, where'd that come from? So with CP, a real basketball mind fueling them, like, you know, I never want to say, like, you know, dark horse contender for a team like that because they're coming from a place with them in the playoffs since Charles Barkley was there? No, sorry, Steve Nash. But I'm thinking if you have a situation where you get a Hall of Fame point guard with a stud shooting guard and a stud center, like, you're in the playoffs, right?
Yeah. I thought what D-Book and them did in the bubble was unbelievable. I was so hyped. It was so fun to watch.
Yeah, he was killing.
And that's what I'm saying. I think this next season is going to be so exciting. And I'm praying Klay Thompson's okay. Again, they don't know the extent of the injury. With me, right when I saw the report, unfortunately it sucks, but I wasn't surprised. A lot of times when you see someone like Klay who's coming off a non-contact ACL injury, the protocols are usually just to rehab that knee, right? Let's fix that knee. They don't really ever dig into finding out why did the ACL tear, right? That was a non-contact injury. You have to remember that. In doing that, a lot of compensation gets pushed to the right side. So when I saw the report, I was actually talking to a fellow friend a trainer on the phone, and I said, I guarantee it's his right side. I said, whatever happened.
Really?
Yeah, because it's a very common thing. That's 80% of the time. There's just a certain protocol that when an ACL gets torn, you follow the manual. Here's what we do. Here's the PT. Here's the strength routine, and that's that. We don't look at, hey, why was there a non-contact ACL? 80% of the time, it's weak hamstrings, tight quads, glutes that aren't firing. If you look when Klay landed, I watched that video 100 times. He basically, when his foot struck the ground, the translation from his tibia to his femur is just great. The ACL popped. That's a tight quad, weak hamstring. And if you remember, I think he was having calf issues on that side too before.
He was, yeah.
So that was already a weakened extremity. And so, unfortunately, again, we don't know. Maybe he got fucking ran over, and that's what happened.
Right.
But if it was a non-contact, I'm willing to bet the compensations that were pushed to that right side never got addressed, and now this poor guy's down. And I'm praying it's something small, needs a little ice and some hot oil or something, and he can be back. But if it's greater than
David, what's your take on the reports that they're saying that it might take a few days to evaluate or test the injury, because some people are saying that
it's the narrative, right? I mean, put him in an MRI tonight, you'll know what's wrong with him.
Yeah, because some people are saying that if it's an Achilles or an ACL, they know right away.
If you can know what it is right away, you just go get an X-ray and an MRI tonight.
Well, question that, with that in mind, when you saw KD go down the first time against Houston last year, watching from afar,
I actually tweeted something about that, and by the way, I don't know if you follow me, I'm known as one of the most confrontational trainers because I don't give a shit.
Confrontational trainer.
I call it what it is, and I've been doing this a very long time. I even said if they put KD back out there, he's going to blow his Achilles. And I've had that conversation with multiple people, and I'm fine with saying, because I've said it on my social media. And I'm not saying the Warriors, I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying KD as himself should not have gone back out there, because the injury he had going into it, it was a weakened state, and the next ramification to that is a blown Achilles.
So you felt it was a high probability off tops?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
What's your take on that though? They're saying that KD really wanted to go out and play, and the team should have stopped him, saved him from himself. So how do you what's your opinion on that? Should the Warriors have had they should have shut it down? They should have taken control of the situation, or was it something they couldn't control?
I think the Warriors have one of the best medical staffs and training staffs in the league. I know who those people are, and they're phenomenal. You're talking about Kevin Durant trying to win a ring. You're not sitting him down. He's not sitting. Right. You'd have to that guy's going to have to be knocked out. It's not happening. The team has nothing but the player's best interest. They do everything they can. They do great evaluations. They look at the data, and they're not going to put a player out there if they think it's not in his best interest. So I'm going to believe that the Warriors did everything they can to make sure he was in a great state. Maybe KD just said, listen, I'm going out there. Maybe we don't know, right? Maybe they said, hey, we don't want you going out there. We'll never know. You don't know that stuff. But the bottom line is, any athletic trainer or DPT or anything could tell you that if you keep looking at non-contact injuries, right? You look at Kristaps Porzingis, or I can show you 40 different ACLs that are non-contact. Look at the NFL, what's going on right now. Those are
right.
Still
my fancy team.
Even Odell Beckham, that was a non-contact. People don't realize, if you look at that in slow-mo, when he jumped, that's when the ACL tore it. Then someone like contact, but Bosa was a contact injury. His foot literally was stuck in the ground, in the turf, and he gets ran over. That's a contact. Right. You're not avoiding that. But some of these non-contact injuries, it's sad, man, because it's some of these players, they just don't know the weakened state that their bodies are in, and you can't avoid all injury. You can't. That is sport. But your job as a trainer or an ATC or a DPT is to lower the risk, and you do that through proper training and proper soft tissue work and nutrition and things like that. So, I feel bad for Klay, but when I saw that pop up, I'm like, man, I have a feeling that's going to be his right side. And then sure enough, that report just came out that it's something on his right extremity. So, sometimes what they'll do is they'll wait for the swelling to go down to, get an accurate MRI or an X-ray or whatever. So 48 hours is the right call. But if it's me, I'm throwing him in there right now. I'd want to know.
Totally, for sure.
And I'll go get a second opinion in 48 hours and redo it again. But,
with the Warriors, as long as they're good by March, that's really the most important thing. But, man, just for the fan base, it's really devastating to get any bad news about Klay at this point because, the man walks back with a torn ACL to shoot some free throws in the finals. He's a hero.
He's literally one of my favorite players to watch, man. I've never worked with Klay, but he's so exciting. And, to not see him out there last year was just such a bummer. And, of course, Steph. But I love watching Klay Thompson. So, man, I'm sending prayers out, and I hope that guy's okay.
Yeah, man. Well, yeah. I know that we only have you for a limited time, unfortunately, because I'm loving this. This is fantastic news and insight you're giving us. But before you get up out of here, do you have one more message for Dub Nation for this monster we just got, so they can be encouraged and ready for his arrival?
Yeah, in my opinion, I'm biased. I'm the kid's trainer, but I think you got a franchise player coming to the Bay Area. I think he's going to be a guy that you guys are going to be able to build around for years and years and years. Make him feel at home, make him want to stay there. And I think we're going to have a lot of great years for him in Golden State.
You heard it here, folks. David Alexander from the Bay to your hearts, talking about someone he's trained very closely. And we'll be watching very closely ourselves as long as the Warriors don't train him, which I don't think they will. Seems like they're preset right now. Thank you so much, David, for sitting out with us and give us some extra insight on the injuries as well. We really appreciate you, man.
Yeah, good luck, guys. And I look forward to watching everything this year. I'll be out in the Bay a lot for a lot of the games, so I'll definitely link up with you if I'm out there.
Sounds good, man. Take care, bro.
Right.
Take care.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
So it's pretty good. That's pretty big sell on Wiseman there.
Feel like my whole brain is just melting. And Joe as well. I think that you have a takeoff as well. Have you been keeping up?
Yeah.
I know we're doing some talking about the Warriors players. Have you been keeping tab as well with the picks that are happening right now?
Yeah, the latest one is Denny went to the Wizards at number 9. Denny Avdia. He was a possible trade down target for us, but yeah, he's going to the Wizards. He's going to be paired up with Beal and John Wall, the new John Wall.
Doing improved.
And our very own Patrick Murray's fave, Obi Toppin, went to the Knicks at number 8.
Now Patrick's a closet Knicks fan, so for this is pretty huge.
Yeah, I mean he was banging the drum on Obi for us to pick him at number 2 or maybe trade down and take him. So yeah, I mean I was pretty high on Toppin too early on. But yeah, my concern was pretty much his defense. But I think out of all the top lottery picks, he's going to be the one who's going to highest chance of contributing right away, of course, because he's 22 years old. He's been I think he's a 4-year player, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in college.
Well, I heard he was the new Amari Stoudemire, so he'll fit right perfectly in New York.
Yeah.
Speaking of fitting in perfectly, I think we got the good doctor on right now, Dr. Tom Bevilacqua. If you guys don't know, he is a brilliant author and one of our personal friends. Dr. Tom and I started the whole vidcast thing, and now you're coming in. Mr. Wiseman has been picked out. Now, Joe, before we get involved, do you have to run right now?
I can 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, Dr. Tom. We just got off the line with Wiseman's trainer, David Alexander, and earlier we had Steph's trainer on, Brendan Payne, as well, soaking the thoughts up in our brains. I'm sold on Wiseman, man. He sounds like a better David Robinson.
Oh, geez. Well, that's saying a lot because David Robinson was one of the greats. But what did you guys? I'm kind of curious what you guys. It sounds like Daniel, you are really high on Wiseman. But what did you guys sort of really take away?
I'm smoking Wiseman. I'm high on no.
High on Wiseman.
Well, we just had so we had his trainer on, and the things I took away were that Wiseman's work ethic is super high. His physical dimensions and abilities he thinks in every dimension are just spectacular. Mm-hmm. He thinks he can keep up with guards. and that he's strong. And so if you've got this amazing physique and athletic ability, plus he's really smart, plus the work ethic, I mean, seems like he has as good a shot as anyone of being a really strong player.
I mean, that's what you want to hear. You want out of your number 2 pick. And it seems like the guy, like you said, this athleticism and the kind of dimensions he can bring to this Warriors team. It's certainly not anything they've had in this recent run, and so that's the best.
A Hall of Fame center? No, they haven't had a Hall of Fame.
Hey, we had, but Boogie counted. He was there until his quad exploded.
Now, David, the trainer, told us that he really believes Rookie of the Year, Hall of Famer for sure, and he's worked with LeBron. He was the guy who worked with Chris Paul, and for the first time in Chris Paul's career, he didn't miss a game last year. So that the guy knows his stuff. If he can get Chris Paul balling like that at his age, he's serious. So he said
he made it a point too to say that he worked with CP post hamstring, his post Rockets, so he wasn't involved with that.
So after that damage that Chris Paul suffered because those tires were about to blow, he repaired it. Man,
he fixed them up.
So this guy's a miracle worker, basically.
Dude, he said Rookie of the Year, Hall of Famer. Now, I don't know if there'll be enough.
We should get him on the medical staff, Warriors.
Oh, for sure. Staff. Yeah. Whatever he wants, give it to him.
as a drop the bag, as they say. But that's a pretty lofty praise to be. I mean, because you go down and you look at the draft, and it was definitely kind of, you had a few players at the top who are really going to shine. But to be going out on that limb already for a guy like Wiseman, that bodes well.
He went far out the limb. I mean,
wow.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he say he would probably surpass David Robinson?
Oh yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
No, and Anthony Davis.
Yeah,
Anthony Davis, yeah.
And that he said, and his opinion, he thought that Wiseman, if he was more selfish, he could drop 30 a night.
Oh wow!
So I mean, he was really high on Wiseman, which is great. Like, you don't want the guy being a complete, pessimist about it, but he is his trainer, so we gotta curb that.
Yeah, but speaking that way, and he's seeing him up close all the time, so he both has that, on the one hand, like that ability to just go off and dominate a game, but also not saying that he's gonna come in and kind of overwhelm what the ecosystem that's already there. And that's maybe what you worry about when you add in another piece to this kind of equation that's worked so well for the past 5 years, that they're gonna kind of overwhelm it. And it's someone where he maybe doesn't. Maybe he can, as he grow. I mean, the thing I just can never get over when I reading about Wiseman and thinking about him reading the talk. Kid's 19. He is 19 years old. So like all this stuff about like, well, he doesn't do, like, I could barely do my own laundry at 19. And like, we're asking this, like, go out there and be like a NBA, league leading big man. Like, like the kid's going to grow into this role. And so that he's already seems like he's kind of got a good head on his shoulders, and he seems like he's got that right kind of focus that will work really well in that Warriors culture, to use that term that we get thrown around so much.
Yeah.
He's
Joe,
19. He's 19, and Tommy said they can't do the laundry, and he's being asked to, like, hey, guard Anthony Davis and make him shoot 15 on 2 of 15 or something. So
yeah.
One thing that was interesting, another thing that was interesting was some people are talking about Wiseman needs to develop his court vision and his passing, but he was saying, we do these kind of flashing light tests on him, and he's really, really scores really well in these tests. So he definitely has the potential.
I mean, the fact that, we're asking, I guess not us, but the people are asking him to improve on these very, very specific things here. Considering the fact that the Warriors already have all-stars and a championship culture, we may not even need him to be full, unleashed Hulk smash Wiseman in the ways that we may need in the future. I mean, right now, this guy literally can just come in and, like, if he gets like a double, 10 points, 10 rebounds, 2 blocks, it's like, hey, perfect. That's exactly what we need.
And I know this is the thing that we're all thinking about and talking about is the you don't know what Klay is gonna. But what's going on there? But there's this potential injury to your best perimeter defender, and now you're adding someone who can do more in terms of kind of rim protection, a little bit more that kind of down that more differential big man defense. So you're adding a kind of a way of steering the defense, and it's when you couple that with the fact that you're going to have one of the great defenders in the history of the league in Draymond Green coaching you up or verbally abusing, you can say tomato, I say tomato. But it, he's going to grow. Like I was saying, and these things like court vision, and he's probably going to grow into an even better defender. And that's probably what you need, especially with, not knowing about what the situation is with Klay Thompson. I don't want to get into too much speculating one way or another, but at the very least there's, something happened. And so you want to try to solidify yourself in a different way. And that by adding this big man with this kind of potential and who is talked about in those ways, like that's how you do it.
Well, yeah, before it even started, we were talking about, hearing about whatever happened to Klay and hoping he's okay ASAP. But does that change the mentality of the Warriors? They feel forced to draft a wing now, and for them to be like, no, Wiseman, pull the trigger easy. They've seen enough to where they feel like this guy is going to be some sort of anchor for this team, at least going forward. I mean, considering the fact that we have Marquise Chris and Kevon Looney as the nominal, 5, so to speak, he's going to have ample opportunities to show what he can do and learn in a situation where it's like he's not on some 15-win team where it's like, if you don't drop 30 to 15 tonight, we're going to lose by 40. He can literally just come in and just learn the game without it being on his shoulders. And, I think that's what, as Draymond has alluded to so many times, we blame the players a lot of times for not doing well in situations, but we never blame the organizations. Marquise Chris is an example. In Phoenix and in Cleveland, he was an afterthought. He comes to Golden State Warriors and I'm like, wait a minute, this guy's averaging 15 and 10 and, getting these highlight reel blocks. He's one of the bright spots on a team that was floundering last year. Yeah. That guy starting with that talent there, it's like, okay, if you have an organization and the teammates around him, that guy's job is easier.
And there's this interesting not historical parallel, but it's one example that comes from he's obviously a great player, but Charles Barkley, and he gets drafted by the Philadelphia 76ers, and it wasn't because they lost. It wasn't even like a Warriors situation like what happened. It was because they got the pick through a bad trade, but that was a championship team, and they could take this player who, maybe in his case it had to do with the size and being a little bit unconventional, but he also had a chance to play with great I think his first year they played the Celtics in the Western or the Eastern Conference Finals, and I think that it's kind of that same thing when you can take a young player and you give them a chance to play on a great team, a contending team, an elite team, and it gives them a chance to learn by being around those kind of great players, but also they could, it unlocks something too. Whereas in the case of when you get drafted by the Phoenix Suns or the Minnesota Timberwolves or whomever, and you get to this place and you maybe have to get away from it to kind of realize what kind of player you can be. Even like D'Angelo Russell, like getting away from the Lakers, he kind of became once he got to Brooklyn, he became kind of leveled up a little bit.
Totally. Joe, can you run down, speaking of suspect organizations, can you run down the list of the current draft picks so that we're up to date here so we can name out some of these suspect organizations?
The Spurs just drafted Devin Vassell at 11.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Suspect jump shot. But he confirmed that on the media call. That I don't know how true it is, but he was just messing around. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a good pick for them overall. And he's a legit 3-and-D potential. Phoenix picked Jalen Smith at 10.
That seems like a bit of a reach.
I had Jalen Smith going farther than that. Yeah, like he was more closer to 20 or maybe not even in the lottery. Yeah.
But with Chris Paul, activate him now. See,
I'm someone who hasn't been picked yet is Halliburton. He hasn't been picked yet. He's falling.
Oh wow, you're right.
Yeah.
No, I kind of like that. I like that. I mean, I'm biased. I live here. I went to school here, but I like some of those guys from FSU, and I think especially going to a team like the Spurs, it could really unlock this guy who's this kind of 3-and-D, defender, and that FSU program, man, they're tough, and they play tough, kind of hard-nosed defense, and I think a good place for that kind of player to go is to pop in the Spurs, and you'd be exactly the kind of player, you think about maybe even a guy, kind of what Kawhi was when he came in the league, and maybe you think, okay, they're sort of on that same track, even though they're slightly different kind of players in terms of how they play the game.
Oh yeah, his highlight package looks amazing. The man stepping out, hitting jump shots, although Joe said it was suspect.
Halliburton. Woj is implying that the Kings are going to pick Halliburton.
Oh, damn! I feel sorry for him.
Wait, Fox
couldn't have gone a much better organization.
You got Fox, you got Buddy Hield, you got Bagley, you got Harry Giles, third.
Yo, you got NBA champion Harrison Barnes.
Oh, I knew you was doing. I was waiting for you to jump in. Shout out to HB, the Black Falcon. Shout out to HB right now.
The future senator from the state of Iowa or wherever. But Jesus, could that man hit a 3-pointer in the NBA Finals? That would be nice.
Hey, you know what? He got a ring, man. He got a ring with us, and we really appreciate his efforts there. And in his departure, we were able to get Kevin Durant, so it all works out. This just in right now, folks. About 6:30, we're going to have Draymond Green's trainer, Travis Walton, joining us. That should be pretty fun. Obviously, if you guys have been watching the videos of Draymond working out, he's looking lean and mean, and that shot's looking pretty good. A lot of people, talk about Draymond as having a backpack, when he shoots. That backpack is out of books, okay? He's back. He's ready. He's shooting it real good. Now, again, you can't get overhyped on off-season jump shooting videos, but if Draymond's making it, I'm liking it.
I think even you can make those corner threes he's making in an open gym.
It depends. I got to loosen my elbow up first. Wow. So
should we quickly walk down the draft picks so far? Or do you want to go into something else? So first was the Timberwolves took Anthony Edwards, kind of expected. I think it just made sense because they weren't going to take LaMelo because he conflicted with D'Lo, and then they weren't going to take Wiseman because he conflicts with Cat. All right, we know the Warriors drafted James Wiseman, who is projected to be better than David Robinson.
Woo!
The Hornets drafted LaMelo Ball.
Welcome to the big baller zone. Did Michael Jordan draft LeVar Ball's son just because LeVar Ball said that he could get 40 on Michael?
Yeah, one-on-one time. The Bulls drafted Patrick Williams. That was a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, again, another guy, I'm biased towards these FSU guys. I think he'll be good, but that was a bit of a reach at 4, at least in my that guy was rocketing up the boards.
In retrospect, it makes me wonder about how much smoke there was, because there was this rumor today about the Bulls trading up to number 2.
Right.
And I wonder how much they had Wiseman as their number 1 and Williams was their fallback, or whether they had Williams the whole time as their number 1.
Yeah, there were some reports today that because there was that one with that trade, but also then you heard people saying like, yeah, they're really locked in to take Williams at number 4. Maybe they thought the Warriors were looking at him. That would have been a real reach if you took him at 2, but yes. Maybe they thought there was something there. I don't know.
Okay, Cleveland Cavaliers at number 5 drafted Isaac Okoro.
Wait, they still have basketball in Cleveland? I thought we took care of that.
Cleveland is still alive.
Good for them.
They do have a team. They have a G League team, I heard.
Wow. You arrogant Warriors fans. Arrogant.
Okay, so I guess we're all treating it like he's gone to the void.
He's a hooper, though. I like him. He can definitely hoop.
Number 6, the Hawks picked Onyeka Okongwu.
Now, everyone was saying that's what the Warriors should pick if they didn't get Wiseman. And I'm like, wait, don't the Hawks already have Capella?
Yeah, that's kind of questionable.
Double shot blocking lineup. Okay, interesting.
Unless they're planning on shooting Capella elsewhere. I don't know how that'll work.
Well, it seems like the Hawks have been slowly trying to recreate the 2015 Warriors, right? Like they kind of piece by piece. Travis Schlenk went over there, and so
Yeah.
I
Is
mean
it Draymond?
they could run, they could run small ball, all really long, athletic 6'8", 6'9" guys.
Yeah, well, if Trey and Collins keep shooting the way they have, that would definitely look pretty good.
And Okongwu has been compared to Bam, and so by extension, they're counting on him to be somewhat of a Draymond type.
Right,
So,
right.
But yeah,
So I'll be right back.
Number 7, Detroit Pistons drafted Killian Hayes, point guard from France.
Yeah,
I think that's a pretty good pickup.
Yeah, there was some of the experts were saying like this guy's gonna be I think he was number 1 on Kevin O'Connor's kind of big board. So, but then you see other people talking about putting him more middle of the first round. So that it seems, I mean, I guess that's what you do if you're this, the Pistons. You go kind of high risk, high reward, because that could be someone who is kind of a game changer, but also maybe not. I guess that's we don't know. It's the draft. You don't know how good these players will be, but
yeah. Joe, do you have any impressions of Killian Hayes?
Well, I don't know if it's because he's a lefty, but he does kind of remind me of James Harden a bit. So yeah,
I think one knock on him. So
yeah.
Good.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, well, I mean, I think I heard one knock on him was that he's super left-hand dominant, and so it's pretty easy to shade him. But I don't know. I guess it's something that he could work on. He's the kind of guy who I watched some tape on, and just with my amateur eye, he didn't exactly pop with any particular thing. Like he just seemed like a good point guard. But I think people have been praising his court vision and his passing, and so I don't know. I know the Pistons were looking for some kind of point guard, so maybe they didn't get LaMelo, so this is what they got.
Oh, yeah, Killian?
Yeah.
Great name, by the way, for a hooper. He's killing them. Killian
Hayes.
Okay, and then the New York Knicks got Toppin.
Patrick Murray is going to lose his mind, okay? We all know that Patrick was an undercover Knicks fan from the days of yore with Amari. He said that Obi Toppin was Amari comp, and now he's in New York. Like, he's going to buy a jersey, I promise you.
Who is the point guard on that Knicks team?
Don't they have like 7 of them?
No,
Dennis Smith.
That's power forwards. They've got 7 power forwards.
Dennis Smith Jr. Frank Ntilikina. Or is he a point guard?
Frank is a point guard.
Didn't Frank? Is he still? Wasn't he part of? He wasn't part of the Porzingis trade, I thought.
No, and they have Elfrid Payton.
No.
Oh yeah, no.
Dennis Smith was the Porzingis. Was the one included?
That's true.
They got a lot of point guards.
Yeah, but I stand behind my statement, though.
Well, they got a lot of
question, I should say.
Tibbs, how long till Tibbs runs him to the ground?
Yeah.
You're gonna do Tibbs like that? Okay. Tibbs has been to an Eastern Conference Finals as a coach. How dare you? Shout out to Derrick Rose, Joakim Noah. Was it Carlos Boozer on that team?
Carlos, I paint over the bald spot. No one will know. Boozer.
That's bald on bald crime. That is bald on bald crime.
Hey man, I call it like I see it. I know. Okay.
Who's next, Apricot?
Number 9, the Wizards drafted Danny Avdija.
Man, a lot of folks were really pining for him to join the Warriors. So are you guys feeling a little sad about that?
He's a strange prospect.
Yeah, like I don't know. I was high on him early on, but to me the shooting is a bit suspect because to me it doesn't even like if you didn't shoot well from the 3, I think the free throw percentage is a more accurate measure as to how your shooting will develop. And even in that department, he was bad. I think he shot like what, something percent. I think maybe even
It was
less.
around 50% for a while, I think.
Yeah. So that does not bode well for his shooting, for the development of his shooting. But yeah, I mean, I think I like it for the Wizards because I think he'll fit in nicely with Beal, and assuming John Wall goes back to his pre-injury form.
Wall,
But I don't know. We'll see.
With Hachimura, who started to show things last year. Although, man, that one of the lasting memories of Summer League last year was me being thoroughly unimpressed with Rui Hachimura. But
Next Giannis.
ooh,
Said by one of the most loved NBA Twitter personalities. I will not name him. But yeah, next Giannis.
Okay, and then at number 10, who got Apricot?
Okay, number 10, Phoenix Suns drafted Jalen Smith. We talked about that as a pretty big reach for a guy who seems on track to be a backup center.
Before the magic of Chris Paul touches him.
That's true. And the Spurs, we said, drafted Vassell. Kings drafted Halliburton. And it was just reported that the Pelicans are drafting Kyra Lewis Jr.
Really?
The fastest man alive, right?
Is he?
Yeah, he is. He's like got the Aaron Fox kind of speed.
Oh, because they lost Drew, so I guess they gotta get another ball handler. No,
With Kyra Lewis, I don't know.
Well, I mean, like they got to fill that void. I'm assuming. So if you get the fastest man in the NBA, I'm assuming he's gonna be, leading the break alongside Lonzo.
You got to get someone to get it to Zion or Jackson Hayes.
This is the kind of draft that's got to be super frustrating if you're a team like the Pelicans who, they were trying to fight to make the playoffs and et cetera, didn't make it, obviously. And now you're in this draft where there's, according to most pundits, a limited amount of transformational players available. And thankfully the Warriors grew to have got one. But for the rest of those teams, I'm looking at them and I'm saying, okay, what do you do? When you're number 12, 13, 14, and you're stuck in that kind of no man's land of, acquiring talent. How do you deal with that?
I mean, at that point, it seems like it's usually always the right move, but you just go with the just best talent. You don't think whereas you might maybe you get a little more positionally thinking about that or thinking about the kind of makeup of the team. You just say, well, everything's kind of muddled and the same, so let's just get the most talented person or the person with the most upside. And picking in that range, it's tough because you don't all, when you're picking it at the top, you're expecting, like you say, like transformational players, but anywhere in that middle range, sometimes you'll get a transformational player by kind of happenstance, but you're just hoping for somebody who's a solid rotation, somebody who can play, maybe you can play in playoff games, things like that. And so probably the best way to do that is just to say who is the most talented. Maybe we have it's a bit of a redundancy. Maybe there's a little more overlap, but you know what? This is the best player and we should take him. I think it becomes even more about that as you get kind of later into the draft and questions of like thinking about, okay, Wiseman versus Ball versus Edwards. And you get into some questions of like, okay, well, we don't have this big man. We don't have this kind of player. We should definitely take him, even if there can be arguments made for these other players. When you get in that middle part, you're probably just saying, all right, who's the best? What's the best, the biggest upside?
Is that what the Knicks were doing?
God only knows what the Knicks were doing. That I don't know.
I'm kind of surprised that there hasn't been any trades yet. That's the biggest surprise for me. No one's they're keeping their picks. No one wants to
I mean, people were saying the Warriors are going to trade. Like people were like, for sure, the Warriors are going to trade that bad boy.
I mean, Boston just selected Aaron Nesmith at 14. So They kept their
Ooh.
pick. They kept their pick. Yeah.
They kept their pick.
And then
Wow.
look, Woj dropping the bomb that Cole Anthony is going to Orlando at 15. He's another guy who, again, just in the little bit of the reading and research I did, it seemed like, again, there are some questions, but also saw more than a few people be like, this guy's going to be the steal of the draft.
Really?
Take that for what it's worth. But
He's pretty high up on the boards, like, early last season, but he pretty much fell.
Wow.
I do wonder if there are going to be more trades in the bottom part of the first round, because everyone was so lukewarm about the top 10-ish prospects. But by now, people might have a particular person that they're saying, oh, I can't believe this person's dropping down. We got to jump up and grab someone. It's like, these value deals in the bottom of the first round.
Yeah. Although if you're a Warriors fan, you have to be asking yourself, how valuable are those late round picks? Because there's been so much consternation in Dub Nation about the guys we picked. And we always say, in our own Slack, where it's like, hey, when you're picking, 28, 29, 30, there's only so much you can do. But in this draft, clearly there's with the Malays at the top, allegedly, there should be some hope down below. I am wondering though, like, for a team like Boston that has 2 picks in this round, is it really about just getting depth? Or are you like, no, we have 2 first rounders. Can someone please trade with us?
they see with them, they seem like a team that, if you look at the makeup of their roster, they're kind of begging for a consolidation between the picks and some of the players they have. They're good. I mean, they got to the Eastern Conference Final. Like, they're a good team, but you look at them and you think, okay, they need like somebody to kind of bring it all together to be that kind of focal superstar. I mean, it's probably what they thought they had in Kyrie until that all fell apart. But I look at that roster and you think, you look at those picks, you look at some of the players they have, and you think, okay, they're probably looking either to trade up for again, that sort of transformational player, or to acquire a real marquee superstar on a not as good team.
But to me, if that's their mindset, to me that tells me they don't really have that much confidence that Tatum could be that kind of transformative star.
Yeah,
it has to be Tatum, right? It has to be.
Yeah, it has to be him.
It has to be him.
Can't be Jaylen Brown.
I like me some Jaylen Brown, but Tatum is the guy that I think puts fear in other people's teams. You know what I mean? Because his toolbox is crazy.
Yeah, Jalen, I think, is a friend. This is an all-star. He can be an all-star, but I think that's his ceiling. Tatum is the one who has that superstar potential. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Tatum is gonna be that guy for the Celtics in the future. Maybe he will be. He certainly has the most potential to be that guy.
I mean, that team is pretty raw. I mean, if they had a center who could stay on the floor against Bam, that would help a lot.
Yeah, they have Kemba too. I mean, don't forget about Kemba. But yeah, he has his limitations, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, I've joked about it, but if there was like a way to combine Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum into one player, like, that would be that player.
Michael Jordan.
Basically,
Kawhi Leonard.
Kawhi.
But yeah, Jaylen Brown, like you say, there is a hard ceiling there, or you get that sense. And with Tatum, you'll get these flashes, but then you'll get flashes that go the other way too, where you're like, oh no, you can't, like, there were some games in the playoffs where, he'd like go bananas for a stretch and be like, oh, like this guy could be one of the best players in the league. And then he'd get just frigid cold and you're like, ooh, no, maybe not. But
right. And that's where it's like when you have the way their team's constructed, where they're basically, I mean, I guess when you have Hayward on the floor, you have 4 scorers, I guess technically, but most of the time it seemed like Kemba and those 2 guys. And if Tatum wasn't on, you really didn't know who to trust. You really didn't know. I mean, Brown showed some flashes, Kemba showed some flashes, even Smart showed some flashes.
You have a trade.
Oh, with who?
According to Woj, Minnesota is acquiring OKC's Ricky Rubio, homecoming, the 25th and 28th picks for a package that includes the number 17 pick.
They're gonna get Johnny Flynn too.
Ricky
Wow.
Rubio.
Ricky Rubio.
OKC just moved up to 17. Wow. Okay.
With all those picks, they could probably spare one, so it's all right.
Wow, Ricky Rubio. I mean, obviously. Wait, hold on a second. Let me think. You got D'Lo.
Edwards. Cat.
Huh. I'd be very interested to see what that fit is with Rubio there. I mean, obviously the man can hoop. He's been doing it for a long time. But you have some guys who need the ball in their hands, especially with D'Lo there, as we've seen as Warriors fans. He definitely excels from the ball in his hand. And although Rubio's shot has definitely gotten better, I wonder how much this actually moves the needle. He's a good player. Obviously, you want to acquire as much talent as you can. And I'm really looking at this in terms of we have that pick next year, so I really want them to suck. Rubio helps a little bit.
Maybe I'm just a Rubio skeptic or something, because I look at that and I don't see it as moving the needle. But I'm happy to be told I'm wrong, and that might just be some like ingrained bias about Rubio's game or something. But are you asking him, because him and D'Lo together is a weird combination? Okay, are you saying you're gonna have Rubio coming off the bench? Then is that really doing anything? I don't know.
I would like to see Rubio working with Cat. I think that they could find a nice little two-man game, but you're right. In crunch time, it's probably going to be D'Lo working that magic and Rubio off the side. And although his shots improved, I don't know if he's the dead-eye corner shooter you want. I don't know.
Rubio?
Good luck, Minnesota.
He did improve his shooting, but he's not real. He's at least a league average shooter by now. But yeah, I don't know if he'll move the needle significantly in that aspect. Let's
Top
see.
10 pick. Let's go. Top 10 pick, baby. Let's get it.
Over Steph Curry.
Right. That's what makes it worse. If you drafted 30th, but he's a great player, but before Steph, there's just some pressure there.
The Johnny Flynn one's more egregious. That will never that's just for the Warriors, we got a whole history of this stuff. We could play this game too, but it's just like Johnny Flynn, you're like, ooh, woof.
I mean, if you can't even stay in the league, then yeah, obviously. I mean, Rubio proved to be a really competent role player, but yeah.
Well, the Timberwolves have kind of this structural problem. They got D'Lo, and now they've got Anthony Edwards. They're both much better with the ball in their hands. And you just drafted Anthony Edwards, number one. You're going to give him a lot of touches. They could actually have there's only one ball problem. And D'Lo and Ant-Man are not, so far in their careers, been that efficient. So they're chowing down, high usage, not that efficient. So I'm kind of hopeful to hit the lottery and maybe not win the lottery, and then that'll be good for us, right?
Yeah. It's next year. It's top 3 protected, I believe. So yeah, if you could get it in that kind of 5-ish range that, then that goes to us, and it's supposed to be a pretty stacked draft next year.
Yeah, you also have to deal with Edwards saying that he can rap better than Dame. So,
ooh, Dame's gonna test him on that.
Good luck when the Wolves go up against the Blazers. I mean, Dame's gonna drop 50 on that.
I mean, he was gonna do that regardless.
Yeah,
that was happening regardless. Speaking of Dame, aren't they coming up pretty soon on the clock?
Should be pretty soon, because we're getting into some of the lower tier playoff teams. The Magic just picked, and they were the 8th seed in the East, or they officially picked, even though Woj dropped the news already.
You see Spike Lee in the
is that
yeah.
Oh, because I didn't know that. I didn't know that was Greg Anthony's kid.
Yeah, that's Greg Anthony's kid.
Soul Anthony. Oh,
I had no idea.
Oh, wow.
Didn't we see Greg Anthony's jersey retired? We went to summer league and
because he's a UNLV great.
Yeah.
And Stacey Ogman, Larry Johnson, aka Grandma Mama.
Heroes.
Yeah. Yeah. Hurry up, Corona. Let's get rid of you so I can go back to Vegas and gamble more.
Yeah. Yeah, we definitely need that. It looks like we'll be joined shortly by Draymond Green's trainer.
All right.
Yeah, I think gotta go.
Hey, Joe, thanks so much for hanging out with us, man. I know with the time difference,
thanks for having me, guys. It's fun. And, it's too early to drink because Klay news, but yeah.
It's not too early over here.
Yeah, it's like what, 6? It's not right now, actually. Turn it into a drinking stream.
Partly celebration for Wiseman, partly mourning for Klay.
Yeah. I mean, this trainer, I'm taking him up on that. I'm taking David's word for it. I'm gonna build my hopes up because I don't have anything else to build my hopes on. Klay news, man. The Klay news.
So dramatic, Joe. Come on, you have to uplift the fans, man. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, we still have Steph. We still have Dre. So yeah.
And Wiggins.
Pretty hopeful. And Wiggins, yeah, and Wiggins. He's gotta
Say
hit
his name. Say his name.
He's gotta hit those corner threes that HB didn't hit in the finals. I'm good with that.
Why y'all keep bringing up HB like that? That's cold, man. That's cold.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks,
Take care,
Joe.
man.
All right, thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
It is a kind of different draft viewing experience for the Warriors. I feel like I'm used to them drafting around 29 or 30, or they have some really high second round pick. So I'm really hoping like, oh man, I hope this person drops. Oh, they got picked up. Oh. And here we're drafting like 45 or something.
Yeah.
48,
right? Yeah.
48. So I kind of feel like, no one's dropping down there. Tyrell Terry is not dropping all the way down to 48. It's going to be some crazy draft and stash European or something like that.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, there's still we're halfway through the first round. There's still a lot of good guys out there.
Yeah, you just gotta like step away and you just say, all right, I'm not gonna pay attention for a little bit because I don't want to get fixated on some guy, and then when he gets snapped up, it's like, God damn it,
Yeah, I mean, I'm really glad we got Wiseman. Honestly, I'm really pretty hyped about that. I feel like that was the smart pick. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
David Robinson better than? Like, okay, yeah, I'll take it.
Excuse me. You got to get those years of service before we can start talking about being better than David. This man served his country. We just gonna overlook that.
I know. He's a real legend on and off the court. Defended the country. You're just like, I just watched Hakeem destroy him in 1990. No. Having Wiseman, a guy who can really defend, catch lobs, run the floor, create on offense, man. It's like, wait, so maybe the splash pros don't have to work too hard. They just dump it down sometimes and watch the big man work. I mean, with Boogie Cousins, that was the first time I really was like, wow, like this big man is killing without any help. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's that can, I mean, and this is what, not the kind of contingency plan where this is like why you bring in KD, because it's like, well, if Steph can't get going, you can get it that you could kind of play this other game. You want to be able to win in different ways and in different facets, and that's what that's why you don't kind of double up on what you already do. You try to give yourself these different lanes, and Wiseman was clearly the player in this draft who does that.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Oh, I see. Poor man's commission's back.
One thing that stands out about the David Robinson comparison, I mean, it's of course way too early, but David Robinson was like a really smart player, and I think he was a math major. He's like really kind of an intellectual. And Wiseman, I think he's pulling down like a really high GPA, learned Mandarin. Like he's kind of it does remind me. He's got a kind of mild manner.
Yeah.
So,
hey
we
guys,
had two new guys coming back. Poor man's commit. What's up, man?
What's up? What I miss?
Man, a lot. You missed David Alexander, Wiseman's trainer, saying that he's for sure Rookie of the Year, Hall of Famer.
Oh yeah, I caught that part.
Okay,
that was great.
He's going to be better than David Robinson and Anthony Davis.
Yeah. I think I caught that part. I like that part. That's great.
I'm gonna hop up, but I loved his trainer going so hard for his man. I thought that was really encouraging.
Love
All right, thanks, Eric. We appreciate you, man. All right, I think we've got Travis on right now.
All right, Travis.
Hold on, I think he's on mute right now.
Okay.
Travis, you got it?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Hey, we're doing great, man. We're
hey, Travis.
We're caught right now between celebrating Wiseman and being worried about Klay, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I can't be doing better. I'm blessed.
Excellent. Well, obviously, first question is, have you heard anything about our boy Klay?
No, I haven't heard anything other than the news that everybody else is hearing right now, which I hope it turns out to be some good news for us and not bad.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was kind of casting a pretty bad pall over the proceedings for Demnation, but we were so excited, for the opportunity to see this fresh face join us, and we still are, obviously. But hearing that right before the draft was just crazy to hear.
Yeah, tough news. Like I said, I hope that the things that we are hearing are not as true, and that once it's tested and all the other stuff come out, it comes out to be pretty good.
Awesome. Now, for the folks who don't know, Mr. Travis Walton is a very important trainer for one of our all-stars and future Hall of Famers, Mr. Draymond Green, former Defensive Player of the Year. And I've been looking at a bunch of his recent videos. He's looking like a savage right now. So can you please take us through the process of kind of bringing him through what was last year without the Splash Bros and having to take so much of a load on by himself, and now what he's looking forward to this year?
Well, obviously last year was a different year for him with, the injuries to Steph and, Klay being out and coming into a new year without, KD, obviously. So, and a lot of new faces. But, I thought it was a year for him to kind of just reflect and look at some things that, he wanted to be better at, how he can become a better leader for the younger guys. And obviously he had never been in that situation where he was losing. If you look at his career, from high school to college and even entering the NBA, he's always been a winner.
Right.
So it was great for him to probably go through that and kind of see like, hey, I think Steve said it before, like, hey, this is the real NBA, right? When we were winning so much, we kind of got, used to it. And like these things happen in the NBA. So I thought he did a great job adjusting and, kind of figuring things out. And he came in the summer, well, not the summer when the season was canceled, put on hold. I thought it was great for him because he had a long break, which is not normal, right?
Right.
He got to take some time off and, regroup. And he has had an amazing offseason right now. It's been great. I'm excited for him this year.
Yeah, I remember seeing a little Soul Cycle workout that he was doing. And he was like, 2020 has been great to me.
Yeah, I think that it was great because I think he got to do a lot of things that he probably normally don't do. He's been a huge Soul Cycle guy. So he was really into that. Just got to do some different type of workouts that he probably normally wouldn't do because normally in the past couple of years, past 5 years, it's been getting right to it, take a month off and then get right back to it and not able to do different things. So I think this year he was able to, do a lot of different stuff, spend a lot of time with his family, which is most important.
Yes.
And when he got back with me, he was in such a, a vibrant, just a open mind. We're like, hey, let's get to work. Like, let's really lock in on some things. We got a lot of time, so we can really take it slow and focus on a lot of areas that we need to get better at, which, like I said, for him in the past 5 years, we really haven't been able to do because we have only had, 2 months off.
Right.
So
right.
9 months it was just amazing the time he got to have off and the time we have been able to get in the lab and get better.
So you're saying, making the finals every year is pretty tough on the body.
Oh, it's real tough on the body. Not only the body, but the mind. That's a tough drag. Like for them to come prepared every game because everyone is their highlight game. Like, hey, we want to play the Warriors,
right?
So you have to be prepared for that, and then to get prepared for the not the finals, but for the playoffs. That's another preparation, and the last 5 years, we all was like, hey, these guys are going to make it to the finals. So they were building up to that as well. So again, to have this much time off and to see the work that he has put in and the mentality that he has had to the work that we've been putting in is great. I'm excited for him.
Did you talk to Draymond at all about Wiseman? Just, whatever.
Yeah, so I loved Wiseman. Right. I know his guys. I know the guys out in Memphis. So I have always heard great things about him, just from his family to his work ethic to his potential. So when the draft was going on, this was early. I was like, hey, man, this James Wiseman kid is really good, and he has a lot of potential. And if the Warriors can draft him, I would love it, because obviously we love, when Draymond can play multiple positions, but when you can have another 5 out there with Looney and, Marquise Chris, a guy like that with that athletic ability and that potential was exciting for just me to just say, man, I would love for you to get back to throwing the lobs and being able to be very versatile and taking some pressure off of you. So I was excited for the pick. I was like, man, I hope the Warriors draft him. And obviously he's looking at it in a lot of different ways, but I know he's excited about it. About drafting him and looking at the potential, because that guy has a lot of potential. He's big, he's versatile, and like I say, he comes from a good foundation from the people I know that's around him, which is important.
So one of the things we talked about earlier with this trainer, Dave Alexander, because, hey, I want the real scoop. Like, how good is this dude for real? And he was like, Rookie of the Year, Hall of Famer, going to be better than David Robinson and Anthony Davis. Like, off the top, off the rip, he said that, right? Okay. So, hey, if he does that, that'd be fantastic, obviously, for Warriors fan. But right now, the Warriors don't need him to be all-world, even if he can be, just because he's brand new and there's a bunch of established players. But one thing David did kind of mention was he's excited to see Draymond's impact on him, especially with the vocal leadership, because he said Wiseman has a real dog in him. So being around Draymond all the time, can you describe to the nation just what it's like to be around someone with such a crazy fire for the game?
Yeah, well, I think, and maybe I'm a bias, but I don't think I am in this, situation. I think he's one of the most competitive individuals I've ever been around. For his talent, for where he has, the things he has accomplished, the way he can lock in when the moment gets big is unbelievable. And I seen it, when we were in college. He was a freshman when I was a senior. So I seen when we made it to the NCAA tournaments, he wasn't playing a lot for us early on. And later in the year, he started to play a little bit more, but we were loaded. So he wasn't playing a lot. And I remember we were playing, I think it was Robert Morris. And one of our guys got injured, was Goran Sutan. No, he didn't get injured. He got in foul trouble. So Draymond had to step up and, in that moment. And I think he had a double-double, 10 points, 10 rebounds. And that whole NCAA tournament, he was great, but it was like he owned the moment. And you take a guy that hadn't played much for us that whole year, we were so deep. And when the moment got big, he got bigger. And I always remembered that, because I remember it was a story when we were in college. The first couple of weeks is really tough on the freshmen. We making a run. I think his very first workout in college, he maybe threw up from lifting weights, right? Something simple. But I remember, because he was, it was tough on him. We were yelling at him. We were really hard on him. And at that time, we had 2 other freshmen that came in, Corey Lucius and Delvon Rowe, but they were injured. So Draymond was the only freshman that was actually able to participate and do things. So he had it hard. And I remember in one open gym, we were really hard on him. And we were like, come on, man, we need you to be better. We need you to be better. And he had an unbelievable open gym when the pressure was on him, because he knew everybody was like, hey, man, you got to be better. Like, we need you to step up to the plate. You this guy, why are you here? And
right.
he stepped up and owned that moment. So I think throughout his time, he has, stepped up and owned the moment. And I think it comes from this competitiveness that he has, where he goes, it's showtime, right? And I'm gonna deliver. And if it's one thing, like I said, the thing that I think is his biggest gift is his competitiveness and learning how and understanding how to channel it, where everybody else may be thinking, man, what the hell going on? He's able to channel it in these ways that he start to make all these incredible plays. He may be missing threes. He may make a big shot. He may make a big assist. He may get a big defensive stop, which is, really big and has, been who he is, the staple of who he is, his competitiveness.
Right. Wow. I'm feeling, woo. I'm do some suicide myself right now. I'm feeling inspired.
Have you, Travis, played dominoes against Draymond, and does that carry over?
So I tried to start to play. I tried to start playing dominoes a couple years ago, but the thing about Draymond, he's so competitive, so he's not allowing me to learn. Right? Like, so when I make a mistake, he's like, "Why you make that play? Why did you do that?" I'm like, Dre, I haven't played dominoes. Like let me learn. And it's funny because anyone like that's another way off the court to connect with him, right? I think you try to find different ways to connect with your guys other than basketball. So another way to connect with him is like playing games, Uno, playing dominoes, like doing stuff that, that he loves to do to make sure that it's not just about basketball. Let's get your mind off basketball. But he gets so competitive that when I was trying to learn, I'm like, Dre, can I just figure it out? He was like, no, you're going to play. It got to be serious. So, I'm not a big dominoes guy, but I look for other people that are good so I can talk trash and say, hey, you want to jump in the game with Draymond?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice. How about Uno? Do you get into those Uno?
Yeah, I play Uno a little bit, but I'm not a big gamer. I'm more the guy on the sideline talking a little trash.
Are you an instigator? Oh,
I'm the instigator, right? Like I'm gonna say a little bit here and there, and then he may throw out to jump in the game. But I'm not a big Uno guy, dominoes guy. I sit back and watch, let them do their thing, and instigate a little bit on the side.
So speaking of instigation, my boy Dr. Tom, he has a question regarding today's big man. Please, Dr. Tom, share the question.
Well, I had another question. I'm going to zig a little bit here because I wanted to ask. You talked a little bit about how this season and this off season has been so different. I wondered if there's something you're talking about different or growing or developing. Is there something that you've seen in Draymond and what he's been doing and what's been going on since the season ended that looks different, that might be new or he's growing on and expanding upon going into the season? But I'm just kind of curious because you're the person you see him the most, you know him the best. I'm wondering if there's something where you're seeing something like, oh, that's interesting. You're focusing a little more on this, or you're doing a little more of this.
Yeah, well, I think the biggest thing is just understanding where he is at, and understanding his game to like incomplete. And what do I mean by that? I think in the past couple of years, like I said, we had limited time. So we would go for 2 months. I can remember last year where, every year I go back and I say, okay, what do we need to improve on? What should be our main focus? What should we do this more? So the last couple of years, right, we just do a lot of spot up shooting, and I'm a lot of shooting. And so this summer when I came back to him, I said, hey, we can do a lot of shooting as we should, but let's change it up because let's continue to make sure we're building your strengths and staying focused on your all-around game, because obviously the world wants to see Draymond take a lot of shots and shoot threes and shoot better. Well, but he's a dominant player all around. Like if you just focus on one area, well, because his IQ is so high that you can say, hey, Draymond, shoot 5 threes a game. But if the game doesn't not allow him, if he doesn't suit for the game for him to shoot 5 threes that game, he's not going to take it. And he'll walk back and say, I dominated the game with scoring, 2 to 6 points. And other people will go, man, he didn't shoot enough. He didn't score enough. But the real basketball minds are saying, no, he controlled the game, right? He got the other guys involved and put them in the right position. So the things that we really took a big focus on was obviously the shooting and making sure we were very detailed on his shooting, his foot positioning, how he was dipping the ball, like all the little things that we could really break down, but not just his shooting. We were really focused on everything, improving the ball handling, making sure he was ready for contact and shooting the float right? Like making sure that his conditioning was at the highest level it can be while he's shooting. Because when you're shooting the basketball, I watched a lot of film over a lot of guys, and I think Steph is incredible at being able to shoot on the move, being able to shoot as he's tired, like he's one of the best, Klay and all these different guys. What you don't see is when Draymond running up and down, boom, 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 and then he get a spot-up shot. Well, that spot-up shot is not just a normal spot-up shot. He didn't run up the court 5-6 times. Right? So I think sometimes you have to think about that and say, okay, well, were you tired when you shot that shot? Were your legs strong enough when you shot that shot? So let's focus on some of these things that maybe in the past we haven't been able to focus on a lot because we got 2 months of offseason. So we can't jump right in and just start getting you into sprints, and you will build your cardio. You will get into shape into training camp. But this year is, hey, let's come into training camp way more in shape than we have the past 5 years because we had more time. So, and then because of that, let's continue to focus on your ball handling because you're so versatile. You do a lot of different things. Let's focus on your passing. Let's focus on all the small things that maybe we have focused on, but couldn't give the attention to detail like we wanted to in the past because we had 2 months and we had to maximize that time. So I know I kind of went a lot around a couple of different things.
That's perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I think that was our focus. It's like, hey, and that was, something we talked about. Like we have a very great dialogue amongst each other to say, hey, do you like this? Do you not like this? Are we working the right things? What do we need to change? This is what I see. What do you see? And I think the biggest thing when we both came to a conclusion was like, hey, let's focus on everything, right? I do everything. So let's make sure we're not putting all the attention to just shooting because I'm doing everything. He's averaging what? 2.7 threes a game attempts. Right. So when you look at that, right, I'm going deep into this. So when you look at that, right, you're going 2.6, 2.7 threes a game. Well, if he goes 0 for 1, then he goes 1 for 3, right? Now we at 1 for 4. That's 25%. So everyone is saying, hey, man, he's not shooting the ball great. Well, in 2 games, he only shot average 2 threes a game. You're not even giving yourself a real chance. Well, to the outside, it goes, he's not shooting the ball great. To the inside, well, maybe he only shot the ball 2 or 3 times, but he got 8 assists. He got 10 rebounds.
I think what you're saying is interesting because I think especially the fan base has kind of a, I don't know what we want to say, but like I would say depression or something to the effect of when we were in the finals and, Dre was killing, balling, and Harrison Barnes was struggling hitting those shots. It became a thing like, oh my gosh, we have the 2 greatest shooters of all time, and this third guy's not hitting. If only this third guy was hitting, and it kind of came to this mindset for Dev Nation to that third guy has to hit threes, right? So when Kevin Durant came, we were about that no more. But with him gone, it's like, okay, that third guy, who's it going to be? Because they don't know Wiggins that well yet. The mindset is, well, Draymond's got to be that guy. And what you're saying is so fascinating because he's such a brilliant game manager that he may not have to shoot those threes. It's not about whether or not he's good at shooting them. It's about is that what the game needs? So I'm really glad you said that because I think a lot of people just look at the narrative of third guy has to shoot 50% for the Warriors to win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't. I think if if you're shooting, and I say this to him all the time, I'm like, hey, well, you're shooting 2 to 3 shots a game, so let's not pay closely to the percentages, because the percentages will never be on your side when you're only taking 2 or 3 shots, 2 or 3 attempts a game, right? Like, you're basically putting this type of pressure on yourself, right, that is unfair.
Right.
Because you're only taking 2 or 3 shots a game. So you're saying, I gotta make these shots, right? Like, and you're talking through the course of a game, a guy who's, man, smacking, going after every loose ball, who's going after all the block shots, who's making the reads, who's trying to see, hey, well, he's one of the best, right, at getting the ball at the top of the key and watching Steph and Klay maneuver the offense.
Ooh, yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And waiting. And there's a science behind that, right? The science is, how do you wait that 1 second longer to understand that Klay or Steph is about to come off that down screen in the corner and he's about to shake his man, right? Because 1 second before you shoot it, you drive it, you take them out of that position. So what does that do now? That takes you out of rhythm.
Right.
Shooting is rhythm. You can't shoot the ball not in rhythm. And when you do make those shots in rhythm, you can't bank on that you're going to make those shots all the time, right? Like, more than not, you have to make shots. Any great shooter, we can go down the line, whoever you want to talk about, they shoot the ball in rhythm. They take rhythm shots. Rhythm creates confidence, right? It's what you've been working on. It's what you've been practicing on. It's a dance, right? It's the rhythm of it. So when you're not taking those shots in rhythm, and it's not because he's not confident, it's because that's not his role. His role is to make sure the Clays, the Stephs, and these other guys are getting involved, because he's a point forward. He's a point center, right? Like, that was the changing of the game, in my opinion, 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Right? Where we were like, yo, the Warriors are incredible. Well, we got 2 of them, Andre Iguodala, Draymond Green. Then you come in and your 7th or 8th man, which was Sean Livingston, was similar.
Yes.
So you got dynamic ball movers, right, that understood and had the confidence in who they were as basketball players, to not let the anxiety build up to say, I got to shoot it. I got to do what the crowd is saying and telling me to do. No, I have to do what makes our team go and move. So, yeah, that's my take on that.
Man, that was beautiful.
Yeah, that was deep. Love it. Hey, Travis, how do you actually execute all of these things that you said? Is it like, do you have spreadsheets? Do you have like notebooks? How I would love to know, like, all the kind of behind the scenes to even, have a plan on how to, we see all these videos with you and Draymond, like the harness thing where you're preventing him from dribbling up court, providing that resistance. Like, what's the process of coming up with that?
Well, I'm a huge film watcher. I love the game, right? I love every piece of it, right? I love the details. Because in college I wasn't a shooter, but I was a huge film studier. Like, if you go back on me and ask about the Izzos, what was Travis Walton, you go, man, this guy was the guy that at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning was watching film, that would wake up in the morning for shoot around and be like, hey, this is what they're doing. This is how we need to defend it, coach. I know we got this game plan, but let's look at this offensively and defensively, right? That was just my mind of how it worked. So obviously when I came into this position with Draymond, was like, man, like, how can I truly help you, right? Well, only way I can truly help you is that I'm studying everything around you and understanding how I can be the best version of myself for you, to help you accomplish things that you want to accomplish, right? That's my job, is to make sure I'm putting you in the best possible position to be the best basketball player you can possibly be. Because he has all the talent. All I'm doing is basically saying, hey, this is what I see. Let's have a dialogue because I'm not in the NBA, right? My job is to ask you the questions and to come back to the drawing board and say, okay, he didn't like this. He liked this. Okay, well, he didn't like this, but I think we can work on this. So how do I make sure that we're able to accomplish this? Because maybe he doesn't see this right now, right? But later on down the line, he's going to go, oh, I'm glad we worked on that, because I didn't see that I was going to be doing this. Well, the only way for that to happen is to watch film. Right. And to understand what's going on. Like I obviously for myself, I played at a very high level. But that doesn't translate to a player because I'm not him.
Right.
So I have to do as much as I possibly can, which is study film, and make sure everything that I'm able to give him and talk to him about, I'm very well educated and very well versed on it, where I'm just not saying, I know this because I know it. Like I know it because I know it. Like I just, for me personally, I don't agree with that.
Right.
So I think you have to be, I'm a coach in my mind, right? And how I think, and coaching and training is two different things. Because when you're coaching, you're thinking of what's the best thing for obviously the player, but the organization.
Right.
When you're training, you're thinking what's best for the player, and then how can he implement what you guys are doing for the organization, right? It's two different things. So obviously myself being on both sides of the road at one point in time, it's like, okay, this is what we need to do. And, obviously he goes out and executes everything, and he does the most. And that's why he is who he is.
Well, I have a question on that vein you're talking about as a trainer, because I showed Dr. Tom's clip of Clint Capella with his trainer, and the trainer basically said, Clint, like, why are you practicing post moves when you know good and well James Harden pick and roll? So basically you be running this back and forth, like, getting that down. And so, obviously when they play the Warriors in the playoffs and it goes that death lineup, and the Rockets have no one who can attack the smaller lineup, even though they have a giant in Clint Capella. In my mind, I'm like, well, why did he just post him up and give him a little shimmy and a little fadeaway hook shot when his trainer specifically said, don't even work on that because it's not going to, we need it. And so Tom and I talk all the time about these issues where we're seeing bigs who aren't dominating the way that we're used to, like back in the 90s and even early 2000s, where guys were like, if you were 7 feet tall with a little bit of shimmy, you were going to cook. And what you said before about Draymond kind of ushering in this new era of the point forward, point center. Dr. Tom, could you kind of break down what you think about that?
And I mean, when we spent all this time talking about, rightfully so, about offense, but the defense is, it's what Draymond's known for. And he does such an amazing job. Like I said, we were talking, I was reminiscing about the 2018 Western Conference semis, and that like he's Draymond's not as tall as Anthony Davis, but man, he plays him, like as tough as just about anyone in the league. And so I'm wondering, because again, you're, there and you've talked to kind of in this general thing, but what things specifically do you guys work on, or do you try to focus on, or do you try to tell you, or do you talk about, or whatever, when it comes to guarding these big men who might have a height advantage or whatever, but that makes Draymond so able to keep them in check in ways that other players in the league cannot?
Well, I think, and I have always said this to people, I think the thing that makes Draymond such a great defender is that he's been a big man his whole life. So he always understood how to defend a big guy, right? So when you think of the depth lineup, it was because he could defend, like you said, the Anthony Davises, the bigger guys, and hold his own. Well, because he has always done that in his career, right? From high school to college, even though he played multiple positions, he was always defending the big. So when you think about, right, so let's take it. When you think about a wing and he's trying to become a 4-man or a 5-man, well, he can probably defend the switches, but he can't take the banging. He can't take the one guy, the Tristan Thompsons, that just run at you for all offensive rebounds, right? He normally just weigh on you, right? Just pounding you. So for Draymond, right, he's been unbelievable at defending the post because that was always his role was, hey, you have to defend the 4 and the 5. So when he gets to the NBA, it's like, well, I just got to know how to defend the guard because defending the post, this is easy for me. I've been doing this my whole life. And defending the guard is just making sure I give them enough space where my length and my wingspan can become a factor for me. I don't have to be the fast. I'm saying you heard this in the game where you don't have to be the fastest guy. You have to understand angles, right? You have to understand how your wingspan to understand how far you need to be close to a guy to contest the jump shot. Which Draymond is probably, I don't have the stats in front of me, but you guys may know it. He's probably one of the top contesting players in the league. I remember a couple years ago, I think I read something that the Warriors were like one of the top teams in the NBA in contested shots, right? So they're contesting shots, and he's unbelievable at that. So I think because he has always defended bigs throughout his lifetime of playing basketball, that it was easier for him to say, yo, put me at the 5. I could defend this guy. I can defend the switch because I understand I got a 7'3" or whatever he has wingspan. So I just got to keep this guy in front of me. And, you guys been around the game long enough. Whenever a guard sees a big on him, he goes, lunch meat, right? Lunch meat. Like, I'm going to go at this guy. Hey, Draymond, like, let's go, right? Like, I can defend you. I'm not going to press you, but you're not going to just draw. I can contain you, right? Like, so you take that part, and then obviously we can't take away the fact that he had Andre Iguodala, like some other unbelievable defensive guys, defensive minds that understood help side defense. And if you go back to Michigan State and you look at year in and year out, Michigan State is one of the best help side defensive teams in college basketball for the past. Well, not when Judd Heathcote was there, because when Judd Heathcote was there, they played the 2-3 zone, which at that time, Magic Johnson was one of the best controllers in the middle in the 2-3. Since Coach Izzo been there, we've been man to man.
Right.
So we've been one of the best help side, defend the pick and roll, all these type of things in the game of college basketball. So I think it was in his DNA since he probably been playing. I could defend the post. I just got to learn how to defend these guards. What he figured it out.
Yeah, that seems like, we were talking about some of the, the draft players drafted. I was talking about how I think FSU, Florida State's produced a lot of these kind of, with under Leonard Hamilton, these kind of tough defenders. And, Michigan State is definitely that same thing too. When that guy, they're going to have that mentality and they're going to be tough as hell on defense.
Look at the DNA.
Yeah, because you look at that, like when people say, well, we're gonna make this guy that's been a small forward or a shooting guard, whatever, he's 6'8", we're gonna put him at the 4. Well, maybe you can switch, but what happens when they put that 4 man that's gonna start running at you? So now you gotta box him out, but you have never had to box out a wing consistently. That's a different type of banging, right? That's your back, that's your arms, right? That's every muscle. That's like, it's like swimming, right? You get to swimming and you get out the pool and you like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize I was not working these muscles.
Right.
I didn't know I could hurt there.
I didn't know I could hurt here. So when you get to taking a small forward shooting guard into the 4-5 position to basically simulate what the Golden State Warriors did so well, Def lineup, it's like, yo, you forgot that this guy was a small forward. He don't know how to defend this big.
Right.
So we're hurt. We're more putting ourselves in tougher positions because we're getting this guy in foul trouble. So it's not helping us. For the Warriors, they wasn't getting in foul trouble. They were actually like, hey, man, we're changing the game.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Could you break down a little bit of the synergy that we see with Steph and Dre in the pick and roll? Because I remember in 2019 when KD went down and we were in Houston and it was like down on the wire and Steph and Dre just spammed the pick and roll over and over and over again until Houston broke, basically. What do you think it is about that allows them to be so deadly even after all these years?
Well, I think the first thing is the respect, right? They both have the utmost respect for each other and what they bring to the table. So you're never going to see Steph questioning what Draymond doing. You're never going to see Draymond questioning what Steph is doing. Mm-hmm. So that's the first ingredient, right? Like, I know what you bring to the table and what you're capable of doing. Right. So I think from that comes all the other options of their genius, right? Of understanding how the defense is playing, how my man is playing. Obviously with the Steph, right? You have to defend him. You can't defend him one way. You have to defend him so many ways that it goes, whoa, what am I doing? Then when you get Draymond, that's IQ is so elite and he's understanding how to manipulate the defense. Well, now it becomes even tougher because you got him setting the screen, you got Steph setting the screen, right? You just got this interchangeable pieces where you go, wow, it's unguardable. It's either we're missing a shot, this read didn't work, but we got exactly what we wanted. Mm-hmm. You know, it's just we missed the shot. But really the defense didn't really have much to do with it because we were really manipulating the defense and we got the shot that we wanted. But I think the first part to that, and to any championship team, the first ingredient is respect. You have to respect what that next guy brings to the table, because hey, everyone is human, right? They all hear the media and hearing what this person says, that person says, but inside that locker room, those guys have the utmost respect for each other and what they bring to the table, which makes them so good.
You ever thought about having a speaking series where you just break down Warriors basketball like for 10 minutes with like the sound of like falling rain behind it, dude? I think you make millions off that.
It's not just the Warriors. I can break down any guy I work with or other guys as well. Like I just love the game of basketball and I love the different parts of it, and I love to watch basketball and see the different things that I can challenge myself on being better at.
When did you start to work with Draymond?
So me and Draymond started working together his second year in the NBA. So after his first year, going into his second year in the NBA, we started to work together.
And how did that come about? And what were you doing at the time? And give us a little backstory on that.
So I think I was about to go into coaching, but I'm not sure. But how it came apart was me just saying like, hey man, like I watch your games. Like, I really think I can really help you, and obviously we had such a great relationship from college. Like, there was no questioning about my passion, about what I would give to him, because he's seen it as a freshman and I was a senior. So it was more if I had the time. So, and at that time, he was coming back to Michigan State, right? He wasn't, the Draymond of today, he wasn't traveling around. He was at Michigan State. So he would come back, do his summers at Michigan State, and we did basketball camps together. We did a camp together for like 2 to 3 years. And at that time, I was like, man, like, let me work you out. I can really help you. I see some areas where, man, that like if we get better, like you can really help the team. No one knew that David Lee was going to go down and that the moment was going to happen. Like, right, that's God, right? We didn't know that was going to happen. But we were preparing that, hey, when you do play, this is what you bring. This is what David Lee brings. So just do what you do, right? And obviously that opportunity opened up. And I'm not sure, you guys know better than me, I'm not sure if there's many people that a star player gets hurt and another guy, his backup comes in, and that star player doesn't come back into his role after coming from an injury.
That's
right?
pretty rare.
That's a unique situation, right? That, which is commendable, obviously, for David Lee to be able to be the veteran and be the, the player he was, to let that happen and not cause any, conflict or uncomfortableness throughout the organization, but also for obviously Draymond to be ready to step up in that moment and for them to start the way they started, where they couldn't go back. Like, hey, we're doing so good.
Right.
What does it look like if we insert this piece back in?
Right.
And, and then for that to be inserted and for it to continue to go whoop, 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 right? That don't happen normally. I don't know how many times that has happened in the NBA to a star player, right? Because obviously David Lee was maybe he was the highest paid player on the team, probably.
He was all-star.
Yeah, he was all-star, right?
No, he made All-NBA.
He made All-NBA the year before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Highest paid player, right?
Yeah. He was a baller.
Yeah, he was a baller. David Lee was a great player, right? Like, New York Knicks, like, he was a great player.
Total nice guy too. And Chris Haynes just tweeted, maybe we ought to take a little detour here. The fear is Golden State Warriors star Klay Thompson has suffered a significant Achilles injury. MRI scheduled tomorrow morning. From Chris Haynes. Man, hey, talk about Klay. Like, you're around the team. Talk a little bit about Klay.
Oh man, I'm like, again,
hell of a guy, right?
Awesome guy, awesome family. Mikey T, his brother, they're awesome. They have been nothing but great to me. Obviously, great to Draymond and the other people around. So I pray that it's not nothing significant where he misses an entire year again. For him, for his mental, for the family, all these things that that just does not focus on basketball, right? So man, that's tough news. Tough news.
Wow. That's the one thing I was hoping it wasn't, That's the one thing I was like, please don't be the Achilles.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
Man.
I mean,
hopefully not, man. Jeez, I'm praying that it don't, because obviously he'll fight back and get back to it, but to miss a whole year from something that you love to do, right? You just never wish that on anybody, and if that is the case, man, prayers to his family and everybody around him to make. Obviously he has a great support system, so.
Absolutely. I mean, these windows are so small for not only for organizations but for players. Man, you only get a certain amount of years that you get to be in your prime, and Klay is a living legend. A guy that he's done things that literally no one else in the league has ever done, and he's done those things and without any of the baggage that comes with stardom. So it's this it's so strange having the birth of Wiseman as a Warrior and just the hopes that are there, just tempered with the idea of like, one of the Splash Bros is hurting right now. It's just a crazy dichotomy.
Yeah, man, it's tough.
And just on you alluded to it, on top of like last year being this kind of lost year because of the injuries, and even the way that 2019 the finals ended with these injuries to KD and Klay. Like, it's just you went in where you have all this optimism about we're going to get this kind of everybody's going to be back and they're going to be and this, it's just even the, like, if it ends even like the best case scenario to come out of this, you're still like, oh my, like, it's still an injury and it's still time missed or you're whatever, and it's just like it's weird because there is a lot of like this hope and promise, and getting Wiseman is a big part of that now. And then, like you say, it's like this tempering thing that maybe keeps it in check or keeps it from going as high as it could.
Yeah. It amazes me that a guy like LeBron, for the most part, as big as he is, as much of a pounding he takes, can avoid injuries. Like, I mean, really, the groin that he had with last year or 2 years ago was the only time he was out on the shelf. Like, that's a real blessing, man, to be able to stay healthy like that over so many years.
Yeah, I'm saying, I think it's testament to his team and the focus he puts on recovery and making sure he's building everything. And it comes with a ticket. I know everyone's seen the ESPN article. Over $1 million on his body, right? Like, it comes with a ticket, but that ticket, that $1 million ain't got nothing on that $35 million he making.
Right.
You know? Hey, one of the best investments you can make, right? That's one of the best investments. $1 million to 35. That's one of the best investments.
There's a restaurant here and they serve, it was like a vegan restaurant. But I just remember that thing, like, your health is your wealth, and it's like, yep, that's what it is. And like you got to put it back in there to keep it all running properly.
So I guess the question I have for you guys now is, with this just awful news about Klay, obviously the Warriors were looked to be like the threat to the Lakers. Like, they're basically, them and the Clippers were probably the threat. And with that, losing such a heavyweight weapon for we don't know how long, but at least for the start of the season, do you think that changes the timeline they would have for a guy like Wiseman? Do you think it changes maybe the way they were going to bring him along, or do you kind of throw him in the fire more, knowing that you need that firepower ASAP?
Yeah, well, I think you got to throw him in the fire regardless. So I think that was going to be something that was going to happen, regardless, just with the players that they have on the roster right now. So he was going to be thrown in, but I definitely think that changes the dynamic and how we need to approach it. Obviously, with the short turnaround for the Lakers and some other teams, maybe some of those guys don't come out the gate right away, playing a lot. So give us a little time, give them a little time to kind of figure some things out. But I'm saying, when you lose a player potentially like a Klay Thompson, it's irreplaceable, right?
Right.
You can't replace that. You got to figure out some things, figure out how you can manipulate the offense. Not only the offense, dude is such an amazing defender.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You got to manipulate a lot of things. So, man, I like I said, I hope the news that we are hearing is just temporary and not something that's going to last the whole year for him. All right.
Right.
Yeah. Speaking of Klay and defense, I can't think of another two guard that plays such great post defense. Have you ever seen somebody like him in the post on defense?
It's a great thing. In the post. Wow, that's a good one.
Yeah, he got really good post defense.
Yeah, he's incredible.
Yeah, in the post, that's a good one. I want to throw that one out there in the post. The
only person I'm thinking,
all time.
James Harden supposedly supposed to be is elite post defender by the stats.
Oh, really?
I don't know, but the stats say he's like the Kimbe down there.
Yeah.
That's no wags, no finger wags though. Yeah.
When you look at someone that you look at defensively, you can't help to okay, maybe this guy's job is only defense. So you go like, well, that's his job, but you look at a guy that's also a guy that does a lot for them offensively. So you naturally just have to think of two, opposed to saying, hey, what is I'm not saying this guy is like him, but what is a Trevor Ariza, right? What is someone like that? But his job is not Klay job.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's. Or Robert Covington. I don't even know if Robert Covington a great post. Well, actually, he did do a good job because he was playing multiple actions. Yeah. So I'm just throwing a couple names out, but you still don't look at those guys as the offensive guys that carry the type of load that Klay carries.
Well, that's where the question about Wiggins is going to be very interesting, because a lot of the Nation members are very skeptical about this guy from his resume. I'm a huge fan. Dr. Tom's a huge fan as well. We think he's going to ball out. But with Klay's absence there, that magnifying glass on his back is going to expand.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Andrew Wiggins. I think that he is a very, very good player. And I think that his role with the Warriors will be very good. If you take the games that he had to play against the LeBrons, these high-end guys, he steps up. He plays.
He is 40.
And the guy has improved every year, right? If you just look at his stats, he has gotten better. It's just, maybe you wanted so much out of him that it's like, I'm giving you what I can give you, but Karl Anthony Towns is becoming an unbelievable player as well. You know, like, so he had other pieces behind him, but I'm kind of like you guys. I think Andrew Wiggins is a good player, right? Like, I think he's gonna fit great with the Warriors. As another,
you know how fans love to nitpick and stuff. The thing that I always get on YouTube comments, everywhere, Twitter, is like, "Oh, Wiggins is too skinny," but I'm like, "Hey, look, Latrell Sprewell, yeah, he needs to gain weight." And what I just feel like that would just totally change his game, and he's more like Latrell Sprewell used to be, just kind of like a wiry guy, and that's just how his muscle tone is, right?
Right.
Yeah, he's not a stick figure, but he's lean. But like you say, that's just the muscle tone, and he can still, you're talking about banging, and he takes on those guys like LeBron, those big threes, and can play with them as best as one can. So it's not that like he's some waif, because there are certainly guys you see you're like, oh yeah, you probably should do a little more muscle. You get the gym a little more, but he's someone like, no, it looks like, yeah, he's a little wiry and a little leaner, but
he's super explosive though. Like he's crazy explosive. Like his dunks when he's going through people.
His second jump is incredible. Right? The way he can get off the ground off his second jump is incredible.
Yeah. And him being in now going into, we talked about sort of this longer off season, and also being in this Warriors culture, and you talk about whether like an offensive guard like Steph, but also being in that team, that the defense that Draymond is so important to creating that team defense. And so that's something I'm looking forward to seeing, how he plays within that team defense. And I know so much of that really it starts with kind of Draymond and his example and his leadership. And I think that's, we think so much about his kind of individual defensive excellence, rightfully so, because it's so excellent, but also as this kind of the orchestrator of the team defense. And I'm sort of interested to see what he can kind of unlock out of somebody like Wiggins, who has a lot of, I think, potential in that area, but maybe is still kind of trying to reach it.
Yeah, and also being in a winning culture.
Yeah.
Right, man.
Well, what you saying about Minnesota, bro? What you trying to say about Minnesota, bro?
Well, they're developing.
I love a good euphemism.
They're developing. They're getting better, right? They added some pieces, and I love their coach. I think he's a great coach. I think he's going to go he stepped into a winning culture, especially when you add the pieces of Steph and the other pieces that's going to be added around, and kind of get everybody going back. So I'm excited for him.
When you say winning culture, as someone who was a part of it in college, now again part of it with the Golden State Warriors, what does that mean for the average fan when you say winning culture? Like, what are the things that winning organizations do compared to losing ones?
I think a winning culture, in my opinion, is they're doing like all the little things that you don't think about, meaning great body language, understanding how to encourage each other, like understanding each individual in the locker room. They're letting them be who they are. Right? They're not trying to change you. They're saying, okay, like, well, let's adapt to this individual and let's make sure it fit into what we have going on. Then I think is the approach to how we step into our practice. I think that starts at the top, right? As far as from the player perspective, where you guys been around the Warriors for a long time. Like, I still say they are one of the best organizations, and I haven't been around a lot of organizations, but where their main guys are very consistent at working, right? You come in, Steph is going to be doing his work after practice. Klay going to be doing his work. Before that, KD was doing his work before practice. Like, everybody is doing their role day in and day out. So it's like, wow, these guys no, it's not 1 or 2 days where it's say, hey, this guy is working really hard. Wow, this is unbelievable. It's the consistency that you see it day in and day out. So I think when you look at that part of it is where you start to look at the culture. Well, why is that? Well, the culture tells you that, hey, every day this guy's going to have the right mindset. He's going to walk into his locker room. He's going to know everything around him is positive, or if it's not positive, we're trying to channel it to where we can make sure it's about winning and how we get better, because it's such a long season.
Right.
So I think that's important in the culture. I also think like the communication with the media and understand the things that you're saying, because players hear things, right? And it's important that the message of the group is similar, or you at least knowing, hey, I know this guy is going to say this. So we know that that's that guy, right?
Right.
And that's important, right? I think all those coming from a winning culture at Michigan State, and I also think a winning culture, we used to have this saying at Michigan State that I truly believe in. I think is, one of the most important things is a player-coach team is better than a coach-coach team.
Really?
Player-coach team is better than a coach-coach team.
Okay.
So that means we're policing each other.
Cool.
Right.
Yeah.
So that culture is important, right? All the players are coaching each other and making sure that we're holding each other accountable. When the coaches got to hold you accountable all the time, it's tough.
I remember that game. It was in 2018 against the Suns when when Kerr basically let the players coach. And, I remember there was a lot of like, oh, how could they do that? I was like, no, that's really cool.
That was hella disrespectful though, bro. Like, I'm not saying they meant it to be disrespectful, but if I'm a Phoenix fan, I'm hot. I'm real hot about that.
I mean,
yeah.
Like I got big. This is the last, the class before spring break. And so you guys are going to teach the class vibes. But it was some of that. And I mean, but that said, like, you have to, like, they won that game, and like I'm sure a coach could bust that out and that team might not win or they might not do well, and you saw they really kind of kicked it up a level in that game. I remember, and it's just one regular season game, but I'm just thinking about that way of thinking about like a player coach team, and when you have players who are keeping one another honest and you're accountable to one another, and it's not just the coach being the kind of the heavy hand. You're also doing it amongst yourselves. Like, that's when all right, yeah, this is when the culture is really succeeding, is really becoming great, is when you have that, and you have the players to kind of realize that too.
Yeah, so the other perspective, I agree. Like, as a player on the other side, you're like, man, what the right? From a player on the other team. But if you in that organization, and it's like, this is actually dope, right? In this moment, he is letting us own the moment because he sees something bigger. He understands that for us to be successful, and this is at every level. Obviously, coaches in college get more attention than the players, right? But you still got to have good players, right? You can't be a good pro. And in the NBA, right, you got to have great players. So you got to learn you have to know how to manage, right? It's the best of the best leaders in the head coaching positions, right? They're great at management. They're great at understanding the players, right? And if you think about I remember, I'll let you go after that. I remember a pop thing, and I think the Warriors also does it. I know a couple other organizations do it, where pop they were going to road, and they would have food for their family and everybody to eat after the games, right? Like, it was like, okay, well, why? Most guys may want to go out to eat with their family outside of the team, but my thinking was, he thought, no, they probably want to bring their team inside the organization. Like cousin want to meet me, right? My first cousin want to meet this other player, and we want to be in an intimate environment, which we know what's going on. We're building this type of chemistry that doesn't just get built inside of a locker room.
See, right? Chemistry right there. That's a good point.
If you're only building chemistry in a locker room, then again, you're not building a winning culture, right? You have to build chemistry in the locker room and outside the locker room.
Okay,
right?
Cool question then, right? Okay, chemistry on court and off court, because I'm with you on the same point. But I throw this curveball at you.
Mm-hmm.
Russ and James, best friends, boys from day one in LA.
Mm-hmm.
With the turmoil that they're going as a franchise. what is the balance there that you feel is between your two stars being buddy and the organization not reaching their goals and putting a strain on the franchise there? You know what I mean? Like, what's the chemistry and, balling?
Well, I think for them, they still have chemistry off the court. They're wishing each other happy birthdays and still hanging out, right? Like, they're like, hey, it's hard for us to beat the Lakers, Warriors, right? Like, obviously they think that they were going to win it, but you got 6'8" going against 7'1", 7'1",
right.
6'9". Like, it's like, hey,
we're small.
You're small. Like, hey, listen, we think we can win, and every player comes in there saying, hey, we're going to win. But at the same time, I think that they understand that, hey, it can't just be on us, right? We have to have the pieces around us to be very good. So
right.
I think that for their situation, in my opinion, is just them saying, hey, are we going in the right direction? And the direction we need to go in, we would love to be teammates, but maybe the other pieces around us are not the right pieces for us to get to where we need to get to. So in return, you my guy, you my brother, but maybe we need to go into different situations to see if we can recreate something other than with each other.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But hey, I got to get ready to go, fellas.
Yeah.
I really appreciate y'all
Appreciate you.
Come on, man. This was awesome. I appreciate
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
Seriously.
likewise.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
Yep.
Great stuff.
All right,
Great
man.
stuff.
All right, take care, man.
Take care.
Take care, Travis.
Oh,
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. So we've got Gabe Johnson coming on anytime now. He's been very active on our Discord server, so that's been great. And then probably get Apricot back. That'd be good.
I'm gonna take off. It's getting a bit late for me out here on the East Coast.
Okay.
So I'm gonna call now. But thanks for letting me hang out. Good to talk to you all.
Doc. Appreciate
Good to
you,
see you
man.
again, Dr. Tom.
Good to see you.
Hey, take care.
Take care.
Gabe Johnson, how you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Gabe.
Highs and lows. You get Wiseman, you lose Klay. It's not good, But it is kind of good we have Wiseman, but it's not good we lost Klay.
Low. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a weird night.
Yeah. Do you have anything to help us feel better? Just the emotions I'm feeling right now. Do you have anything to say to lift me up right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think Wiseman's the thing to be excited about. We really don't know about Klay. I mean, I know we've been getting all those inklings that point to it being bad, but I'm holding on to not knowing for sure. And the fact that we got a piece that I'm pretty excited about for the future. This kid looks really good. And he looks like he'll fit immediately. And we know that the Warriors can bring him along slow and not pressure him to have to be Chris Bosh day one. But he seems to fit an immediate need, and he'll be like a building block for the future. So, I mean, I'm trying to just think about the positives right now.
Yeah. Hey, Daniel, did you guys talk about all the smoke screens, I guess? Because Gabe and we filtered through a heck of a lot of stuff over the last couple weeks. They're going to trade the pick. They're going to, even today, Kevin O'Connor, Chicago's going to trade number 4 for number 2. And all along, Gabe and I were like, it would be crazy to pass on Wiseman. And there's not a lot of value getting, what do you get in the trade for number 2? There's not a whole lot. And we were just sitting there going, no way, right? And then turns out they ended up just making the pick, which was like, I'm glad I know this, I kind of know Bob, been around him since he was here, just the way they kind of operate and how they're looking for a cultural fit as well. And Wiseman fits that bill. I just was kind of relieved that I wasn't thinking differently than this organization I've hung around for so long.
Yeah. I think for pure mayhem purposes, I was hoping they might pull LaMelo Ball in there. Get LaMelo just running around throwing crazy passes all day. But in terms of team fit, I think you're perfectly right. I remember when Grant Liffman told us that they were looking hard to trade the pick. That was number one.
Really?
He was like they want to trade the pick, but they're not going to be stupid and just trade it for any reason. And so when he said that, I was like, okay, so they must really feel like the pick has enough value that they're like opening for suitors. But then when you look at what's happening around the league, I mean, Drew Holiday, who's a hooper. Drew Holiday is a hooper's hooper. But they get 3 first-round picks for Drew Holiday. I think the Warriors are like, wait a minute. Okay, let's just go ahead with the safe pick because we got a squad already. We already won 3 chips with these guys. I mean, in the history of basketball, you start the season with 3 All-Stars, and of course, what's happening in Klay, we don't know yet, but on paper, 3 All-Stars. You should be a contender. You should be looking for a championship.
Oh,
no matter who else is there.
I think so.
Off top.
Have we talked about that yet today? I did a lot of bubble playoffs watching.
Oh, yeah.
And my conclusion was, man, these teams are beatable. Even the Lakers, in my opinion, if you can get a guy to defend AD most of the time. And I think we got a guy.
Yeah.
And now we definitely have a guy. We got 2 guys, 3 guys now.
Yeah.
But I wasn't impressed. I mean, literally, I was rooting for teams. I was rooting for Portland, Denver. Denver's tough. But
everyone but LA.
I just and I just saw holes. Largely, unfortunately, got to bring it up, shooting. So I'm like, okay, we got two of the best shooters of all time,
right?
And the Heat are having trouble even getting up a 3. So I was like, okay, I think we can get these guys. And I look back to 2019 Portland series, won that 4-0. McKinney and Jordan Bell started game 4. We took Toronto to 6 games with KD for 1 quarter. And so I feel like the system and Steph, Klay, and Draymond, again, everything changes with Klay now. But yeah, I was thinking a lot of these teams are beatable, and let's just get the system back out there. Steph is the system, and let's throw the ball up and let's do this. So yeah, I definitely think we're still contenders. Of course, got to really let this whole Klay thing sink in. But yeah, did you guys get a chance to see some of the other playoff teams in the bubble?
Yeah, definitely. And I agree. I mean, I thought it was pretty clear that they were all flawed. I mean, yeah, like what you said. There isn't like a KD Warriors team out there anymore. I mean, I think the league got pretty used to there being a kind of obvious team and the rest were kind of scrabbling to just kind of compete and challenge.
We could talk about Harden. If he goes to Brooklyn. That's a whole other topic. We'll save that. We got plenty of time here. But go ahead.
For sure. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the Bucks got better. The Lakers are still the Lakers. The Clippers might find like a backbone at some point. But they're all beatable, as we've seen. And the Lakers are probably still the best out there. But outside of those 2 guys, they're pretty limited across the board. And so I like my chances with the healthy team. I mean, we have to keep dropping the caveat over and over again of Klay. But
right.
I mean, if you get Klay back for the playoffs, again, knowing the severity of the injury, if it's just not a season ender, I still like our chances at the end there.
Oh yeah. I mean, shoot, Klay is a nuclear weapon. You know what I mean? I mean, he's so consistent. I think a lot of folks who don't watch the team very closely, which I don't know why they wouldn't be in the finals every year for 5 years, but if they don't know the team very well, they might say, well, Klay doesn't really dunk that much, or he's not like the prototypical dominant shooting guard we're used to seeing from the Michael Jordan T-Mac kind of mold, Kobe mode. But the dude gets buckets at a crazy efficient rate. He doesn't need the ball in his hands to dominate. His defense is ridiculous. So having a guy like that, I'm already thinking well, how many shooting guards are as good as Klay Thompson? It's it's a very short list.
And then you look at Duncan Robinson and you're like, okay, but then he had his struggles. He's so young. But yeah, a lot of teams are looking for their own, like Duncan Robinson, which I think it'd be good to talk about. For us is the Warriors immediately thought, okay, well, Jordan Poole now has to step up into the possibly the starting two role, and then everybody else has to step up behind him. That also makes it more important to try and keep Michael Moeller, isn't it?
Yes.
He's on a very small non-guaranteed contract, very tradable for say this TPE, and maybe now you don't throw him in a deal because you need an extra shooter. And then we had Ryan Taylor from the G League. Now his suddenly, chance is coming. So everybody needs to step up. And I think that plays a really dynamic situation for the Warriors suddenly at the 2 guard.
Well, didn't you say that you were sure that they were going to use the MLE and the TPE regardless, no matter what the taxes were? But now we know the taxes are going to be
thinking,
cheaper. So I'm thinking, like,
Yeah.
if there was ever a chance to go chase a wing, it's now.
Yeah, I think I was happy to see that the Klay news didn't shake them off of Wiseman, because I was a little concerned that maybe the last second ball's there. You think, well, we need a guard because who knows, about the future. But I think it will affect who their targets are for TPE, MLE. They got to go for wings. They got to go for shooting, really, because if Klay can't play at least for a chunk of the season, they have some unproven shooters outside of Steph. A lot of like maybes off the bench, guys from last year who were put in positions they weren't ready for. And so, we'll see if they can do it from within, like you said, with guys like Mulder, if they can take steps, or we bring in somebody, which I'm not entirely sure who's going to be available. That's been really unclear. Like, it's been pretty murky about what the TPE targets can be now that a lot of these trades have gone through.
What are some of the 2 guards out there? It's like, had this happened earlier, then maybe the Drew Holiday discussions were got a little hotter. Maybe the Bradley Beal rumors got a little crazy. But
or even
feel
just like Danny Green, like even just kind of swooping one of those kind of guys, which is obviously a little more doable without a giant upheaval. But we'll see. Oubre's still been mentioned and he's still available, as long as they get just him. I saw he can't be aggregated with other players, but you could just trade for him directly. But I don't know. There's lots of noise about people trying to get off of some contracts, but it's going to be interesting. And then we've got these 2nd round picks that I need to figure out in a half an hour or so.
Shooters, we need shooters.
Yeah. What pick are we on right now? Anybody know?
We're just finishing the 1st round right now.
Oh, okay. Desmond Bane.
Oh, to Boston. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's a good pick for Boston.
Who's with Boston? Bane?
Desmond Bane.
Okay.
Yeah, he looks solid.
That's a good pick.
He's got
a few shooters in the 2nd round.
Oh yeah, that's a dope name.
Dope name. Desmond Bane.
Oh, I see Sadiq Bey went to the Nets. That's a good pick for them.
That's another good name too.
They flipped him to Detroit.
For who?
Ooh.
I forget exactly. It was part of a 3-teamer. So the Clippers moved Shamet to Brooklyn.
Right.
Brooklyn ended up with Kennard, and then Detroit got Bey.
Okay, wait. So Shamet goes to Brooklyn. Isn't that a little bit of a logjam there?
How you mean?
Shamet, LeVert, Dinwiddie.
I think they're gearing up for still trying to make a bigger trade.
Yeah. That's what I assumed. Yeah. That's what I assumed.
And worst case, he's a shooter who they can just pull in for quick minutes every once in a while.
Yeah, you can never have enough shooters, as we're seeing in the Golden State.
Yeah,
that's right.
I don't know. There's a few 2nd rounders who might be interesting. We've got Jordan Mora, looks like a pretty lights out shooter. I doubt he makes it all the way back to us, as far back as we are, but Cassius Stanley, just looking at a list of guys, Isaiah Joe, these are all pretty good wings that are still available. So I'm hoping we get at least one of these random guys dropping that could be a possible project.
Well, the good thing with having Wiseman back there is, as he's developing, and you have a second round wing out there trying to guard these killers out there, it'll give him plenty of time to practice holding his hands up straight as he has a runway to his face.
Yeah, I mean, the other side. Yeah, sorry. The other side of it for like all of us fans who are going to be going crazy about this is just to remember that like these 19-year-old kids like aren't going to swing you playoff games immediately. The at the end of the day, this year is still about our core veteran guys, and Wiseman will be useful, but really, next year is probably when he's like a serious piece of the team, and not just kind of filling a role. So
I don't know, man. We're talking to Draymond's trainer. He seemed pretty set that they're going to throw this guy to the fire, and maybe the fire is 20 minutes a night, but still 20 minutes a night for a rookie center. That's a lot of minutes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he'll get a shot.
Like even JaVale was playing like what 15? You know what I mean? Like those were huge minutes for JaVale. Those were big minutes.
Well, we got the TP MLE veteran minimum for like a backup point guard, let's say. That's going to be suddenly so crucial. I mean, I thought they were going to be the 6th, 7th, 8th men anyways, but now it's going to be, very interesting to see how this develops, and you got to throw more names in there. Just suddenly.
Yeah.
You got any names for us, Gabe? You've done the most research on these draft picks and these trade options, but now it's like you got to look at a whole bunch of shooting guards as well as 3-and-D guys.
Yeah, I was thinking way more about bigs before because I was like still kind of thinking that the best odds, at least leading up to the last couple days, were probably that the two was getting moved, and so I was kind of assuming they'd be targeting the Ibakas and Gasols and stuff with those options. But now, of course, it's a pivot to wings, and I think their real hope is they get somebody to take a pay cut. A Joe Harris, like somebody like that would be really awesome. Fill in shooting. He probably commands more money than we can pay him, but maybe maybe he takes it.
That's what happens when you win the 3-point contest, man.
That's true, man. I have high hopes for Wiggins, man. I hope that Wiggins.
Good point.
Can just eat up this role now. That's more touches for him. And if he is who the Warriors keep telling us he is, obviously no one replaces Klay Thompson. I'm not even suggesting that at all. But this guy should be able to make a difference.
I think there's no doubt he's a better player than the Wiggins we've seen and heard about. And I think honestly, if Wiggins was making like $17 million a year, everyone would calm down a lot about the negativity around him. I think a lot of it is just about how bloated that contract is, and it is bloated. But like he's, we've seen every player flourish next to Steph. We see their true shooting percentages skyrocket, like every single player who's ever played with him, right? And so there's no doubt that he's going to be a more efficient scorer. He's just going to be asked to do less, make less decisions, just kind of like do the easy, shoot it when he's wide open, quick push, like quick drive, make one decision kind of stuff that he'll be maximized at, I assume. The real question is defense. And again, like, he's in the best option for that with Draymond and Ron Adams. And like, there just isn't going to be an excuse for him to not try. That was kind of the problem a lot of the time in Minnesota.
Well, thankfully he at least has the tools, like his side is fantastic, and he's athletic. So, it's one thing you have to coach a guy up who may not be the best physical athlete. You know what I mean? Like even Steph, no one tries harder than Steph on defense. But there's only so much he can do with his size, you know what I mean? So he's in foul trouble, things happen to him. With Wiggins, he's got the size where you're like, I remember when that first game he played against LeBron, there's a YouTube video out there of just Wiggins D'ing up LeBron and Anthony Davis. And he's like pretty big. Like Wiggins is tall, you know what I mean? And long. So like to see like Bron and AD looking at him like, I don't want to take him. Okay, fine, I'll take him. And then like at least a crappy possession. I'll say Wiggins, we could use that, bro. More of that.
Hey guys, I'm going to step out just for a little bit, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited for him too. I know the front office has been lauding him for a while and generally just pumping up everybody to see what he looks like around the real team.
Right. Yeah. I'm assuming he'll win Finals MVP because every time the Warriors go to the Finals, a small forward wins it. So it's his turn.
Yeah, of course. While Steph puts up 35 and generally gets ignored.
You notice how like Steph's always the one getting double teamed in the Finals.
Yeah.
So are we in the second round now?
Yeah, I flipped away for a second. Looks like the second round just started.
Oh, Tyrell Terry, yeah, Stanford's own. He's a hooper.
Yeah, he dropped. He was going to be like mid first round. A lot of people are thinking it's a good pick for Dallas. Another shooter.
But you know what? I wonder about Dallas's ability to get a big wing. That's what they need because they got all kind of guys like Seth Curry and Tim Hardaway Jr. Kind of in this mold of guys who can kind of jitterbug guards, but defensively some real issues there. So I wonder how they're going to land that wing player that can help Luka and Porzingis.
Yeah, I think they're hoping their first round pick, Josh Green, is that guy. Mm-hmm. But he's super raw. I mean, I think that's sort of the projection is that he can be kind of a 3-and-D type guy, but he's just kind of a raw athlete right now. So we'll see.
They could use some athleticism.
Yeah.
I mean, the good thing about that team is that Luka plays slow in a way. You know what I mean? Like he makes you play his tempo, so you don't necessarily need a bunch of guys flying around him. But when you're playing a team like the Clippers, as we saw, they needed somebody to fly around. You know?
Yeah, they just need more talent, really. I mean, those top two guys are great if KP can stay healthy, but they need more.
Yeah, no, they can use a Shambit type. That'd be great for them.
Yeah, I heard them in like early rumors around Drew, and I thought that would have been really interesting, but obviously didn't happen.
How do you feel about Drew with Milwaukee?
I mean, I think it's an upgrade, certainly, over Bledsoe. He's a better scorer. I think they're both really good defenders. Drew's generally more switchable than Bledsoe. And I think their main problem was just Middleton being the only guy who could like do stuff off the dribble and had a jumper, because they just clogged the paint against Giannis every time.
Yeah.
So I think Drew will help. I don't know if he radically shifts them being, the team that they were last year to being some unstoppable juggernaut or something, but I think they'll be better.
Yeah. After watching The Last Dance, it really helped me shape my perception on what teams can do to get better. And that's where, for me, it's like, okay, when we say get better, do you mean win more regular season games or have a better chance of winning a championship? And when I look at this team, I'm thinking, oh, yeah, they're going to blow some more guys out in regular season for sure. That'll be some dominant wins. But we've seen that the last 3 years. They're dominant regular season, and they went into that matchup where it's like they can't get through it. And especially last year with that Heat team. Now, that Heat team was nasty. They were tough. But outside of me, I didn't see many people picking the Heat to win. And the only reason I did is because I saw the Heat in the regular season give them so much trouble. I was like, wait a minute. They just build a wall and Giannis can't penetrate, and the team flounders. And then did anything change this year from that? I don't think so.
I mean, I think the big problem didn't change, which was their coach. And like, I think, I mean, you can give Giannis all these. It's not like they haven't had shooting. It's not like they haven't had talent. I mean, they don't have the second elite star like AD and LeBron type.
Whoa, Chris Middleton's an all-star, man. Come on.
He's good. I mean, but he's like a tier down from a lot of those like secondary, mega stars that are on some of these squads. But I mean, like they have all the talent. I think for whatever reason, Budenholzer just doesn't adjust. And I mean, we saw that in Atlanta too. He just runs the same thing. And it works great in the regular season, as you said, but they run into a wall eventually.
Right. Yeah, literally a wall by the defense under the basket.
Yeah, and I think Drew should help there. I mean, he's like a serious playoff player, and I think that's real. Bledsoe kind of disappeared at times, and I don't think Drew has that problem. He gave the Warriors problems,
Yeah, sure.
So I think it's it's like a ceiling raiser, but they don't have any players now. I think they're down to like 7 signed players on their team.
Oh, really?
So, and they're like right at the hard cap. So they're going to sign minimum guys, and we'll see who they get as a bench.
Oh, because Wes Matthews left, huh?
Yeah. And
Wow.
Robin Lopez opted out.
Rolo.
And then this Bogdanovich thing seems to be kind of a mess, and I don't know if that deal's going through anymore. But
so was it that he doesn't want to come and play for the Kings? I mean, sorry, for the Bucks?
Yeah. So what it sounds like from what I'm looking at is that they had a sign and trade agreement, but nobody talked to him about it. Essentially, is the way it sounds like. And so he was like, "Hey, I didn't actually agree to go and sign this contract." And even if I did, like that would have been mega tampering. And so then the NBA seems to have kind of put some pressure on them to wait and announce it later. And so it's still a little unclear as to whether it's really happening or not.
He said, I never signed this contract. Wow.
But if that goes through, then they have another good player, but they also don't have anybody on their bench anymore because they're trading like 3 guys for him.
So they're getting worse. That's what you're saying.
It's like they're they're showing Giannis that they're going all in, which I think is the primary thing, right?
Whoa. That's what that did. Hey, Giannis, we just traded 3 draft picks away from Drew Holiday. We're all in. That's what that means.
At least in the short term, right?
Oh my gosh. Like Drew Holiday is a baller, man. But he's only made 1 All-Star game. 3 first-round picks for a dude with 1 All-Star game. Like, there's all in, and then there's just like desperate. There's desperate.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's super clear. Like, they clearly didn't have leverage, and they're clearly scared to death that Giannis is leaving, and so this was the only thing available to them, I imagine.
Right. No, that's true. For me, at the East, obviously, you have to see what happens with the free agency and the trades, obviously. But what Miami showed in the first year with that group, considering Bam, Tyler, and Duncan are super young, super fresh, and they have money to spend on somebody else, and Jimmy is just, balling out of control. I look at that team, I'm like, okay, well, who would I be afraid of stopping them? And it would have to be Philly, just because you don't know what prime, full strength, not injured Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid can do at this level with Doc Rivers. That's the wild card. Like, will they just be like super dominant and figure it out like Magic and Kareem? It's a bit extreme. But that's the one wild card. But besides that, like, I don't see Boston taking Miami out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not if everyone kind of just keeps the same team. Speaking of Philly, just saw that the trade happened. They just swapped Josh Richardson to Dallas. Speaking of the big wing that you wanted on Dallas for Seth Curry, going back to Philly. So Philly gets shooting, Dallas gets the defensive wing.
That's a good trade. Yeah.
Dallas also gets the 36 pick.
That's a good trade for both teams.
Yeah, I agree. I think Dallas, that makes them way more serious as like a team. Josh Richardson is kind of exactly what you were talking about, wanting that like big wing who can guard multiple positions, hit a shot.
Yeah. And then, Doc Rivers united with his son-in-law,
That's true.
Got to keep an eye on him, keep him close.
Yeah. And I think that's great for Philly. I mean, if you're going to play Simmons and Embiid the whole time, like, you need shooters all around, and Seth's one of the best.
Yeah. Tobias Harris, I'm not sold on in that role. I'm not sure if that's the best fit for him. Those combo forwards have a tough time when, they're not the main focal point of the offense, because they're not really good enough to be spot-up shooters. You know what I mean? And they're not really dominant enough to demand the ball, an ISO. So what do you do with them?
Yeah, I mean, he's okay, but like, that contract is insane, and it's crippling their ability to do everything else. I was baffled when they gave him that much money. Like, he's
Jimmy
fine.
wanted no part of it. Jimmy wanted no part of it.
Yeah, if he's making like 12 million, like, yeah, that's great. Tobias Harris is a fine person on your team, you know?
Right.
But
Totally.
he can't be making like the second or third most money on your team.
No. Nah. Yeah, it's tough. You know, I do wonder about that. You know, when you're trying to retain guys, and a lot of times you have to overpay to retain guys. But then when you're into that deal and you're like, oh my gosh, the team now has hit their ceiling because of this guy's contract. You know, it's tough.
Yeah, and they were able to get off Horford, which was another like massive overpay.
Oh yeah,
so,
where'd he go?
OKC.
Wow. Okay.
So they had to give the Thunder another first round pick, giving them all of the first round picks just to get off the contract.
The Junior Olympics team is going to be raw for OKC.
It's going to be really interesting if they ever cash it in or if they just kind of keep a bunch of picks. Like Boston had that giant haul from the Nets like a while ago. And I mean, they ended up getting some stuff, but it felt at the end that they sort of missed some opportunities to really use those picks to sort of combine them and get a star or something.
Right.
So we'll see.
Right.
OKC, the next time a star is available, maybe it's Beal next year or something. I mean, they could offer like 7 picks and not even sweat about it.
Bro, OKC has been tinkering since they drafted Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
Like they've been like, yeah, they're a couple pieces away. They got assets the whole time. And then when they got that team that went to the final, it was like, okay, they're letting James Harden go. Okay. It was like, wait, so now they're gonna basically let Russ and KD coach themselves. Okay, like so now you have Jeff Green gone, Russ gone, KD gone, Serge Ibaka gone, Steven Adams is the holdover. Then you get Chris Paul, he's gone. It's like, yo, like how many times can you rebuild?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they couldn't plan for KD, but the Harden thing was the real domino, right? Just kind of choosing Russ over him, it sounded like was a lot of what that came down to. And you like go back in your time machine and imagine how that plays out if they make the opposite choice. And maybe they win the 2016 title. But we could always count on Russ clanking them out of some games.
Man, Russ, I remember when he hit that 43-point game against the Heat in the finals, and I was just like, wow, like this dude is a monster. And then you see him trying to have that same game every night. You're like, oh no, you're the wrong kind of monster. You're a monster against your own team.
Yeah, but you got to hand it to Presti over the last, 4 or 5 years. Like after they kind of bottomed out and they were stuck with Russ, they've done a really good job. I mean, we'll see what it gets them. They have a million assets, and but if they end up just taking a bunch of like 20th pick type selections, like I don't really know how much that does for you. So they've got to package them at some point, and we'll see. Yeah,
that's true. It's a good point. I mean, you're right. The fact that the Boston has made the Eastern Conference Finals twice in the last 3 years, but never quite arrived. I think it's a cautionary tale that assets are amazing on paper, but you still got to get the talent and play the games. And I mean, Jason Tatum is a monster, and Jalen Brown's really grown on me. But I'm looking at their roster, and I'm like, are you really going to Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen this to a championship? Like, is that's your plan? You know what I mean?
Yeah, not unless, I mean, they're kind of just hanging around waiting to sort of get lucky that some other contending team has an injury or something, like just so they can like kind of crack that ceiling, or they can continue to swap out their point guards until they find the right one. I don't know.
Right. No, that's a good point. Because Kyrie to Kemba, you're thinking in either case, you got a hooper there, which they did, but not quite enough in the playoffs.
Nope. Yeah, it started with Isaiah to Kyrie to Kemba.
Isaiah. Oh my God, no. IT4. Oh no.
Just couldn't find the right combo there.
I forgot about IT4. Oh snap. That hurts. They've been looking for their Rondo for like 10 years.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, man, there was like a random rumor flying around on Twitter that like the Warriors might end up with Jaylen Brown after tonight, and I was getting hyped for that. But that always seemed a little far-fetched anyway.
Yeah. I held out hope for a really cool trade, but the Warriors don't need it. They don't need it. But you know, the way they're built right now, like, you don't want to just trade for the sake of trading.
Yeah, I was glad to see that they didn't take anything that was like just because I know they liked a lot of those guys that were, you know, in that sort of like 4 to 8 range or whatever. And I'm sure they were entertaining all these offers that we kept hearing all this noise about, but none of them were that interesting to me. I mean, like, I had to try to like get out of bed and watch Wendell Carter Jr. highlights this morning to like try to care about that. You know?
He was killing in those highlights. I was like, damn.
Yeah. Try to like get on the group chat and convince my brothers that like we should be excited about him for some reason. But like, I'm glad they just kind of stuck with it because I think Wiseman's the most exciting option that was presented to them. I mean, if they were given some like, I heard some random hope that like, you know, Marcus Smart plus several picks from Boston or something, you know, if it had been something that.
Right.
But, you know, I mean, yeah, Wendell Carter Jr. is not moving the needle, and I think Wiseman might. So,
yeah, and that's what I went with that TPE. Like, I think they got to get a guard, right? They have to get a guard.
Yeah,
so
I think they might sign one more big, maybe like on a minimum, just to like get some vet in there. And then the rest is all going to wings and guards, like every other spot.
I mean, we need it bad. Well, that's where I'm fascinated with a guy like Poole. Like, okay, so like that was a guy who has ups and downs last year, but when he was on, he was looking pretty nice. So like, it may make that leap to year 2.
Yeah, pressure's going to be on for sure, because they could really use him taking a step this year. Especially
bad. But if you're him, you're like, oh, sweet, this is my chance. I mean, not sweet, Klay's injured, but like, sweet, an opportunity's here for me to do what I've been born to do. So you hope he fills those shoes.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, I mean, he's by no means the defender that Klay is, but in theory, he can reproduce some of the shooting. I mean, you know, obviously he's not Klay, but like, if he can just show some of the ball handling and like passing that he was showing at the end of the year, and then just knock down open threes, like that's all we need.
Yeah, open threes going down. That'd be great. We would have had another championship in 2019 if we had a couple more open threes go down. You know, I love Alfonso McKinney and I love Drebko, and Quinn Cook, love him to death. But man. we could have used those threes, man.
It got real obvious how thin that team was real fast.
Dude, and the Raptors were smart enough to be like, wait a minute, don't guard those guys.
Yeah, I wish we had played a worse coach. Nick Nurse was just like, yeah, I'm just like triple, quadruple teaming Steph every time.
Literally, bro. Like literally four hands. I was like, yo, this well coached. And
I think we might have still won that title without a better coach being on the other side there. If they had just like continued to play us straight up. Like,
you
Steph
mean if David Blatt had coached against us?
Man, David Blatt, forgot about him for a second.
Yeah, the Warriors got him fired. Yeah, because he was still putting Mozgov out there, and they were like, "Let's just go small." Dead. Yeah.
Just again, I mean, coaches get exposed in the playoffs if they can't adjust. I mean, Kerr had his moment with Versatility, but we don't need to talk about that ever again.
You know what? Honestly, at the time, I didn't think it was that bad because we were running on fumes, and I was like, no one knows Cleveland more than Versatility. He'll know what to do.
Yeah. I mean, it was, you know, it could have been fine. A couple people hit some shots. No one ever talks about it ever again. So,
and don't forget my man Festus Ezeli, who was on an island against LeBron in the fourth quarter again and again, jumping into. Remember, he fouled on the 3-pointer. I was like, "Oh no!" Not
great. I mean, the advantage of those Cavs teams was no matter how dumb any of those coaches might have been, like LeBron was just going to make all those decisions down the end of the line anyways.
Yeah, man. I've been doing a lot of deep dives on teammates talking about Bron and opponents. and his mentality. And I just didn't understand how intelligent this guy's basketball IQ is. So off the charts that, for a lot of times where I thought that maybe maybe LeBron's being lazy on defense, and there are some times we doing that. But there are other times when he's like specifically not guarding someone because he wants you to pass to them. They can break a shot. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty good IQ.
Yeah. I mean, that's the like just wildly unfair thing about him. Like he's the most insane combination of like everything you'd want in a basketball player, inside his head and in his body too. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, that's the greatest body in NBA history for sure.
And just, I mean, how many, it's just insane to pair all those things together. Like you see, I mean, you're talking about Steph, who's like obviously just a savant in terms of seeing the game and like knowing how to manipulate on offense and stuff. But, I mean, he's 6'3" and okay athletically, he can handle it at 6'3". But I mean, there's limitations, right? And obviously he's evolved around those limitations. But I mean, we've seen plenty of athletic, crazy people who have LeBron's size and speed and everything who just like don't know what to do at all. And so to see somebody paired with, the brain and the physicality is obviously insane.
Well, that's where I think Giannis is going to get some major heat next year, is because we're seeing, old man LeBron is getting his game even sharper now. We're looking at Giannis and being like, okay, so you're just going to dribble through the defense every time and hope that you get a dunk or a foul, and then you get this 3-point shot was too far away. I saw Gilbert Arenas talking about it, like Giannis needs a stop and pop 15-footer, 10-footer, stop and pop, because everyone's backing up with their hands up. And you can stop and shoot over him, as opposed to taking your game way out to the 3-point line, where if you hit him, it's a bonus, but we don't need you shooting those,
Yeah, he just needs something to make people respect him a little bit, away from the basket. I feel like as amazing as he is, and I mean, obviously insanely amazing, perhaps the most just like freakishly talented guy right now, and he's still so young, which is mind-blowing. But he tops out in the playoffs if he never gets a shot. It's the difference between him and AD, like similar length and everything, but AD is just so deadly everywhere on the court. And you cannot leave him anywhere. I mean, you'd obviously rather he shoots threes all day because it's slightly less efficient than if he's doing anything inside, but but you still have to guard him and press him up there. And Giannis, he just sags the defense in.
Right. That's true. Anthony Davis really showed me a lot. I knew he was a hooper before, but I mean, his ability on both ends to just destroy a team inside out. There were times when it was like LeBron just passing the ball to him and just watching, and he's killing.
Yeah, I think that was. I mean, LeBron had said it before that this is sort of AD's team and I'm here to help or whatever. He had some quotes like that in the beginning. Everyone kind of ignored it and was like, sure, like we know who's making the decisions here. But I think we did kind of see that that's the dynamic, at least, that they're at least able to like go back and forth, and LeBron's able to feel like he can start taking some steps back from responsibility.
Yeah, that was scary. Seeing Bron with those Cleveland Cavaliers teams were so much of it where, obviously Kevin Love and Kyrie were all-stars, but I wasn't afraid of them. You know what I mean? Like, I was just like, if he hits it, he hits it. Until he started cooking us in 2016. But with this team, I was like, all they have is Bron and AD. Like, they're not that good. But those guys are so good at making people around them better. Now Rondo, Dwight Howard's getting off, Contavious Caldwell-Pope's getting off, the Morris twins getting off. And you're like, oh, okay, these guys are so good that other players look way better around them.
Yeah, and I think, we were just talking about this sort of like asset accumulation play. I think AD is the perfect example of like the difference between being, or the deal to get AD, the difference between just being smart and accumulating assets versus like cashing it in and winning a title. Because a lot of people were saying like New Orleans got like an insanely good deal, and maybe the Lakers like overpaid for AD and all this stuff. And
it's that whole young core.
Yeah, and it's like true. I mean, New Orleans got a great bunch of picks and a great few young players from them,
Right.
and they're set for the next however long to develop their young core. But the Lakers got the title, and they got a guy who's going to be a top 5 player for a while. And so at some point, you know, like Boston and OKC coming up, and even New Orleans has also just been stockpiling all these picks. At some point, you gotta trade the chips in, because otherwise you just have a bunch of young, decent players that aren't a title team.
Yeah, and that line, that's a very, very thin line, man. That's a thin line, because like looking at the Pelicans, I'm like, dang, you know, Lonzo, Hart, Ingram, Zion, Favors. That's a solid little team in the NBA 2K. You know, I can get some mess with them. But in terms of like winning a championship, no one's scared.
They're still many years away. I mean, they at least have the guys who look like they could be top tier guys, which a lot of teams don't have any hope for that. So there's that. But yeah, they're 5 years away from probably being a serious team. And that's assuming that, you know, Zion and Ingram keep rising and rising. I mean, obviously Zion should, but Ingram, I don't know how much better Ingram gets particularly. He may be sort of at his peak, so we'll see.
Oh, that's real. Everyone compared him to KD, which I think didn't do him any favors at all.
Just some skinny dude who's like athletic.
That's Kevin Durant.
Yeah. It's like how every like sort of shorter, stockier guy is Draymond Green now.
Dude, like we had so much conversation today about Draymond Green's value with his trainer, talking about with James Wiseman's trainer about Dre's ability to get the most out of the teammates around him on both ends of the court. I was just amazed at it. People don't talk about chemistry. You know what I mean? Like we don't have an analytics chart for chemistry. Dre's chemistry ability is off the charts. So you get a guy like Wiseman, you're like, oh, he'll be really good on defense because they got Dre with him. Or if you have Wiggins, like, oh, okay, he'll be in the right spot offensively because Dre's with him. But if you look at maybe Dre's raw stats, you're like, you know, maybe he isn't that great. Or if you look at the defensive player of the year, you're like, okay, let's get a Draymond prototype. This guy is a unique player. You know what I mean? I don't think it's enough credit for that.
Yeah. I get just like outraged at people talking about how down they are on Dre. I mean, first off, like last year, nobody should even think about what happened last year. Like, we just need to kind of shelf that year and pretend it didn't happen, because there's no way you can judge anybody based on that like trash fire of a season. Especially not Draymond, who like had no reason to care and was he went from playing his heart out in the finals to thinking maybe we can like have another shot this year, and then very quickly being like, oh, I'm playing with like G League players. Why would I try? And then, you know, Draymond's a winner. Like he's here to win. So I think people are still kind of down on him after seeing him, you know, be kind of mediocre last year, which he was. But like we just saw the 2019 playoffs and finals. Like he was insane. That Portland series, he was just like one of probably the most dominant player in a few of those games. And Steph was playing great too.
He was killing, yeah.
And he just like destroyed both ends of the court in some of those stretches, you know, those Portland games when they got down big and then just kind of erupted in the third or fourth quarters.
Right.
You had like 5-minute stretches where Draymond was just everywhere and just controlling the whole game. And that was, you know, the last competitive basketball he was playing. And I don't see why he can't do that. So I think, you know, and like you said, like you can't measure what he does in just the coach on the court kind of aspect, and that'll be huge with a young guy like Wiseman.
Totally. I think we got poor man's commish sliding back in here. I think we got one more guest coming in as well. It was Matt Babcock. I got so many screens open right now, trying to
I know.
work.
Hey guys,
Hey. All
thanks
right.
for letting me take a break there. My back really appreciates that.
Sounds good. I know you got one more coming. So what I'm going to do right now is just switch over, if I can. I'm going to make you, I guess, the co-host, poor man's commish.
All right.
Now. And I've got to jump off before my wife kills me. So I believe when Matt comes in, he's going to be in the waiting room. So a little message will pop up like, hey, he's waiting to hop in. You can grab him in.
Okay.
This is my first time doing a live draft show. And 4 hours later, this is really fun,
Wow.
man.
You are a workhorse, my friend.
Yeah, it's impressive.
How did you do that without any break?
I had something in my cup to help me out a little bit. You know what I mean? Oh, here he is right here. Here comes Matt right now.
All right.
So I admit him in. Awesome. Okay. Well, I'm going to.
You want to stick around and meet him? Say, hey, what's up?
I'll say what's up for sure.
Yeah.
Hello. Hey, Matt.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hello.
Hello, Matt.
You know,
Good to have you.
Yeah,
Wiseman, yay, Klay. You know.
Right.
I know.
That's
This
how he's doing.
play news. I mean, it's really hard. I mean, for a kid to have to sit out the whole year like that, and there's so much hope for their team. I hope. I don't know if there's been any news come out recently, if there's any any clarification what is the actual injury is, but I'm certainly hoping for the best. But hey, Wiseman, hey, that's a great pick.
Yeah, and so you got to go now, Dan.
Yeah, I do. After 4 hours.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Gotta save my marriage. Hey, but thank you guys so much, and I can't wait to watch it back tomorrow.
Thank you, man.
Stuff up, it'll be fun.
Great job. Great job. See you soon.
All right, man.
All right, Matt. So great to have you. This is Matt Babcock with BabcockHoops.com. Are we good at all, or did we lose people? Okay. We may have lost people. And so we need to figure out how to get people back. So little technical difficulty there.
Wait, somebody got lost? I see everybody on my screen.
Here's something.
Yeah. What's up? Hello.
Oh, hey,
I can see
we're back.
everybody on my screen. Can everybody else?
Yeah, I'm here too.
Good now. All right, we're back.
All right, cool.
So we've got Matt Babcock here from BabcockHoops.com, a draft expert. And we've also got our own Let's Go Warriors guy on our Discord server, Gabe Johnson here. So Gabe and myself with Matt Babcock. So Klay is probably down. Matt, how does this change the Warriors' approach to this upcoming 48th pick?
Obviously, I mean, this is it's sudden. So I mean, nobody was planning for this, and so I mean, this is tough news for them. And I don't know if it changes their thought process of maybe they expedite their approach to maybe start looking to rebuild a little bit. Obviously, they still have a good team in place. I mean, we got Steph Curry coming back, Draymond, Wiggins. You're adding Wiseman. There's certainly going to be a competitive team with or without Klay. It's probably too early to tell to really pinpoint what they're thinking, because I think they're probably sorted out right now, and it's probably a situation where just weighing out the pros and the cons, because it's a tough spot to be in.
And who did you have for the Warriors going here on your draft board for 48? And then we can talk about 51.
You know what? That's a good question. I can't even remember. Let me pull it up.
This is where the names start to.
I can't even keep track of who's picking where anymore.
Yeah, well, the names start to become way more unfamiliar for me.
Sure.
So I'm sure you at least have sort of a gauge of. I think they are probably looking for some wings.
Sure.
And now
sure.
maybe
I had
guard.
Jalen Harris at 48 from Nevada, combo guard. A little older. He's a redshirt junior. He transferred from Louisiana Tech. Just a killer instinct scorer. He's still on the board. He would be a nice pick. And then the other pick I had was Xavier Tillman from Michigan State, who was already taken. But there's still some good players left on the board. Cassius Stanley, Jordan Nwora.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, they're probably going to get somebody pretty good. Najee Marshall from Xavier is a good player. So if they're looking for a guy that could step in and play some minutes, there's a number of guys that I think could do that.
All right.
Yeah. Hey, nice to meet you, Matt. I've been using your site a lot as I've been trying to get used to who the prospects are this year. I saw Jordan Nwora just got picked by Milwaukee. And I was sort of penciling him in as a target that I would hope the Warriors would get. What are the other top shooters that are still on the board?
I mean, Jordan Nwora, Isaiah Joe, Tyshawn Alexander. Those are the guys that really jump out, from a shooting standpoint. I think Jordan Nwora would be at the top of that list, clearly.
And Matt, we can't let you leave without talking about Wiseman. So let's go ahead and talk about Wiseman. What did you think of the pick? And how did that all play out from your perspective?
Yeah, it's funny. I think I've had Wiseman in the top 1 or 2 or 3 all year, and most of the time it was 1 or 2. And a large part of that, I think he was projected to go to the Warriors on our mock draft. So I think it's a great fit. The way I kind of looked at it was, okay, assuming they were returning Curry, Thompson, and Green, kind of getting the band back together, I guess you could say, looking to win now, but also looking for a guy that they could have long term. And I think Wiseman is the guy that could fill the 5 spot. He's supposed to be a really smart kid, good kid, but he's also talented. So I think he's a guy that could pick up some of the more complicated schemes in the NBA right away and fill a role. And as they groom him, they could kind of gradually build up his role into where he's one of their main guys. And so regardless of what happens with Klay, I think it's a great pick.
Nice. And throughout the whole mocking of the draft process, tell us a little bit about how you go about doing that. Is it talking to executives, agents? How does it go for you?
Yeah, so we've got a full staff of experienced guys, former NBA scouts. Fran Fraschilla helps us out a little bit, and Derek Murray is my right-hand man who does a great job. And our approach is we operate as if we're our own NBA front office, and we want to know the players just as well or better than anybody. And throughout the year, the mock draft, how we do it is, so I essentially serve as the general manager of our own front office. I make the decisions. Everybody kind of helps me come to those conclusions. So I make my own picks for each team. This last week of the draft, I've actually gathered some intel and I've tried to project picks a little bit more than I would rather than just making my own picks. But that's the general approach to our mock draft.
That's fantastic. Let's also talk about 2021. Warriors have at least number 4 at best pick, top 3 protected. But what can you tell us about 2021?
Oh, I mean, it's going to be a really fun draft. I mean, there's so many good players. I mean, the list goes on and on. I mean, Cade Cunningham, Jalen Green, Evan Mobley, BJ Boston, Greg Brown. I mean, I literally could keep going on of guys that could be impact players in the NBA. And so I'm really, really looking forward to this college season starting. Whether we're allowed to go to the games or not, I'm still not sure. But either way, I'm going to be watching them on film. That's for sure.
I'm sure one thing that's on the Warriors' mind is, okay, so how deep can you go on and on? Like, what are we talking about here? How many guys do you think could be like potential all-stars in the future? Like 12 guys, maybe?
I don't have the list in front of me, but yeah, it's there's like 10 or so guys that, I mean, I think if, at least
That's
the way
quite
we're
a lot.
projecting them now have a good opportunity of being really good. And, I mean, it's really hard to evaluate high school players and really properly evaluate them as far as how they translate to the NBA. So I'm really looking forward to these guys. Obviously, there's a number of these guys on the G League elite team, evaluating them and also getting these guys, in a college setting where the competition and the coaching is a little bit better.
Hey, Gabe, do you have anything for Matt?
Yeah, obviously we've been talking a lot about the Warriors, but I'm also just kind of interested in who you think were some of the bigger winners of the draft today from around the league.
I thought the Knicks getting Obi Toppin at 8, I thought that was a slam dunk. I mean, I think that's exactly the kind of player they need. I know they were disappointed that they slipped in the lottery, and so getting a guy that they might have targeted, even if they had gotten in the top 3 or 4, that's certainly a win. I think Minnesota's done a nice job tonight. I like New Orleans picks. Those were some good picks there.
All right, and the Warriors are officially on the clock right now. Have Bobby Marks is saying he's surprised to see Nick Richards of Kentucky still on the board. Who is Nick Richards, Matt?
I believe Nick Richards was taken.
Here we
wasn't
go.
he?
Yeah, he was
Sorry,
taken.
let's change course here. Nico Mannion is the pick. Tell us
Okay.
about Nico.
Yeah, Nico, he's from my alma mater, the University of Arizona. Highly touted player out of high school. He's really slipped throughout the year. It hasn't really been one thing or another. It just, had a very up and down year at U of A. And but they're getting a really talented kid, at this stage in the draft with some upside. And I think another part of it too, there's so many dang point guards in this draft, so it's really competitive. I think there's a few more guys still on the board. Devin Dotson, Cassius Winston, I believe they're still on the board. Good players. And so, Steve Kerr's getting a Wildcat, and, us Wildcats got to stick together.
There you go.
So I'm happy to see that.
Do you envision Nico Mannion actually being the backup for Steph during this upcoming season?
Yeah, sure. I think Nico's capable of being on a floor right away. I think Steph. They're independent on Steph playing a bulk of the minutes, obviously. So to put him in a limited role. He's a terrific playmaker. I think his shot selection needs to get better, which will naturally probably happen with him not being one of the best players on the floor. I think he'll naturally kind of step into a simpler role of just being a facilitator and kind of pick and choosing his spots and letting the game come to him. I would like to see him get stronger. I think he needs to commit to the weight room, and but he does have a chance to being a good player.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I remember Mannion being scouted pretty highly as the season started. What was it that kind of made him slip now that he's going sort of back of the second?
Yeah, there wasn't one thing. There wasn't one big issue. I just think it's he just kind of slipped a little bit. It was a combination of he just had an up and down year, and there's a lot of players that did well and moved up. Extremely competitive at guard this year, and so I don't think there's any big red flags with him or anything like that. It was just sort of a gradual slip.
And the 51st pick will be coming up soon. I don't know if you have time to stay on till then. You don't have to.
So guys, I'm bouncing around a lot here. I'm getting hit up if you guys don't mind.
Yeah.
But it's been really nice talking with you guys. And
we've got your guy Doc Martin coming on.
Yep.
So
Doc's a great guy. Yeah, pick his brain. He's got a wealth of knowledge.
Awesome. Thanks,
right,
Matt.
Thanks, guys.
Talk to you soon. Okay, so let me contact Doc, and that'll kill a little time. Doc, where are you? There he is. All right.
Seen a report that Mannion was a standout at one of Curry's camps a couple of years ago too.
Yeah, I remember that actually. He was I wanted to say I wasn't quite sure, and I didn't want to get it wrong, but I think of him as sort of a creative guy doing all these interesting passes and things like that.
Yeah, I think from what I saw, it was kind of he showed all those flashes in high school, and then he kind of seemed to not be exceptional at anything particularly. But I think, for a backup, for a dart throw at a backup point guard, I think it's interesting. He at least has upside. A lot of the guys you end up taking back here are kind of who they are, and they're just who they are. Whereas at least he has some upside.
Yeah, exactly. And I think he does overlap into the mold of kind of, how Steph is Steve Kerr loves to say, organized chaos. And so I think that might have played into it in terms of Kerr maybe wanting this guy out of Arizona a little bit. And I think should be interesting. I was surprised that they picked a point guard. And so I'd love to find out what they go with, because it would be a shocker for them to pick a 1 or a 5 here at 51, right?
Yeah, I would have to imagine a wing. I bet it's very possible Mannion was just higher on their board and they were surprised to see him there.
Exactly. I think you're right. And my earphones are running out of battery, so I may need to switch to just regular mic in a second. And nothing back from Doc just yet. All right. So, what did you guys talk about with when I was taking a break there? Where are we with everything?
Free ranging. Oh, you left. What happened there? All right, waiting to see if we can get back here. Some tech difficulties. We'll be rejoining. So I guess it's a one-man show for right now. Well, I'm just monitoring, seeing who we're looking at for 51. Haven't seen any names yet. Oh, a name that I've been interested in that continues to be there at 51 is Paul Reed, athletic wing from DePaul, who a lot of folks have had a lot higher on their board than this. But it's pretty weak bunch of group right now.
Hey Gabe, it's Apricot here.
Hey.
Yeah, somehow Rich got himself kicked out. He'll try to get back on. So it seems like Nico Mannion is kind of a polarizing figure. Can you give me a sense of why people are so down on him?
Yeah, I didn't look too much into him before the draft, but my general understanding, kind of monitoring college this year a little bit, is he was like a highly touted high school player. He's in all those camps with Wiseman and all those like top recruit guys. You can see a lot of the highlights of Wiseman is getting passes from Mannion in those like Jordan Brand games and stuff. But I think he kind of topped out athletically to some extent in college. He's 6'3" with like a 6'3" wingspan. He's not a crazy athlete, not a crazy good shooter, but like decent, not a crazy good passer, but decent. And I think it's kind of like it just became more and more clear like what his limitations were, and he wasn't showing any sort of like serious elite flashes. And so, the upside of it, like 6'3" guy who isn't Steph Curry, is somewhat limited eventually if they aren't crazy good at anything in particular.
So somehow, in some ways, it is the curse of high expectations in the beginning.
Yeah, I kind of think so. I think he's decent. And at 48, like, sure, he could be really interesting. It looks like we have a pick.
All right, I'm back. Am I upside down?
So do you want announced?
Oh,
hey.
Hello.
What's going on, guys?
I feel like I'm upside down.
There you are.
We're just noticing that the Warriors drafted Nico Mannion and just trying to figure out why he's so polarizing.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we had Matt Babcock on for that. That was really good. Really good stuff. Gabe, did you talk about how we thought that Nico was just on their board and happened to be available at that time?
Yeah, that was my guess, because it seemed like they'd be targeting a wing there, but they probably had him rated higher than they thought they would be able to get him there.
What do you think, Doc?
I'll agree with Gabe. It's probably one of those cases they didn't think the guy was going to be there, but then with the unfortunate news with Klay, then you've got to think, okay, we've got to get an additional ball handler, playmaker in here to kind of take a little bit of pressure off Steph. And so that's kind of where Nico, I think, kind of really falls into play, and being able to have a guy like that and the weapons he's going to have around him, the spacing on the floor. Again, it's one of those cases where you're sitting in the rooms like, okay, do we have to change the way we play because now we don't have Klay? Is there a way we can ease the pressure on Steph, to where he doesn't feel like he has to carry the load by himself, being able to handle the ball, where you can push him off the ball some and be able to use that specialist trait that he has with his shooting.
Yeah, it's interesting. Where are we on the picks right now? Are we getting close to 51?
Yeah, we just picked
Oh, cool.
somebody named Justinian Jessup, who I honestly have not heard the name of before at all. So I have no take at all.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with that guy, but I would assume he's probably a guy that could probably shoot the ball, because, you know, one of the things that we would always have when I was in the war room with the Portland Trailblazers, I was there when we selected Greg Oden. One of the things that we said, you can never have enough shooting. So I would assume this guy that they probably drafted probably is a guy that can probably spread the floor and shoot the ball a little bit, especially with the addition of Wiseman down there and being able to keep the floor, you know, as wide open as possible so that way he can operate down there. I think that's probably one of the traits that this guy has that we haven't heard of.
All right. It's great to have you on board here. We just had the, 48, 49, 50, 51 so quickly. We didn't even really get an introduction. So tell us about yourself, and love to hear about Portland and all of that, and then hooking on with Babcock.
Well, yeah, I've had a 15-year career within the NBA. Started from the very bottom, worked my way up to the D League. At the time, it was the D League, and then being able to be a player first. I was a player then. I actually ended up breaking my jaw in practice right before I got an opportunity with the Miami Heat, because at the time, Pat Riley, he just loved big guards. And at that time, the team that I was playing for, we kind of went on a bit of a winning streak. And the coach told me before one of the games, like, hey, the Heat just called. They're checking you out. Keep doing what you're doing. Great. Next thing I know, I'm in practice, I break my jaw. And so then it put me out, and then had to kind of reevaluate some things in terms of where I was going with my basketball career. And I still went back to support the team that I was playing for. And the ticket sales guy just all of a sudden, he was like, hey, what are you doing nowadays? It's like, no, I'm just kind of hanging around here, waiting to heal. Probably going to go overseas if I don't get another chance in the D League. He was like, how about I give you a job in ticket sales? I was like, I have no idea how to sell a ticket, let alone to a ticket to a minor league game in the South where football is king. He was like, don't worry, I'll teach you all you need to know. And then from there, I did that for about 9 months. Got a call from the league office to come work in basketball operations with Milton Newton and Chris Albert. And then the guy that I ended up playing for in Huntsville ended up getting the director of NBA scouting for the Portland Trailblazers. So he had to relocate to Portland. And he sat me down at the pre-draft camp one year, was like, hey, how do you feel about joining us and being our East Coast scout to represent us? I was like, hey, let me know where I sign up, especially you guys got the #1 pick in Greg Oden. I'm definitely on board for that. And so worked with a great group of guys with Kevin Pritchard, Chad Buchanan, Mike Bourne. Like, it was the best group of guys I think I've ever worked for through my 15-year span in the NBA. And then Dell Demps, who was actually an assistant coach with the Mobile Revelers, ends up getting a job in New Orleans. I see him in Chicago. Right. He was like, hey, I want to bring you on board to my staff. So I came on as a scout for a couple of years, and then ended up getting moved to director of player programs, where I got a chance to get my hands on Anthony Davis, DeMarcus Cousins, Rondo, Drew Holiday, all those guys, just really helping them navigate the waters of the NBA, and just kind of helping those guys turn the corner and just in their level of maturity. And then once I relocated back to Atlanta, I think I seen something on social media with Matt. And so I had kind of been out of the league about a year or two. And I was like, we'll just reach out and just kind of just see, hey, if you need any extra eyes, I'm here in Atlanta, where I can cover the ACC, SEC, like everything is right here in my backyard. It just made sense. And he was like, yeah, I spoke to my dad about you. My dad had nothing but great things to say about you. I'd love to have you on board and help me out. And so the rest is pretty much history. So it's been a pretty good partnership so far.
Wow, that's fantastic. You mentioned Dell Demps. I actually bumped into him at the Whole Foods in Vegas, for Summer League.
Yeah.
And that's where I learned where the Pelicans got their name. And so when people bring it up, they should change their name back to the Jazz, it was to honor the animal that got victimized with the oil spill. I'm like, no, they're not changing that name. It's something to honor the Pelicans with. But that's the one thing, like, I remember from Dell Demps, which is the most random thing.
And I think I gained a newfound respect after I heard about the way that they hunt. As they're flying over water, they're diving in head first for their food. I was like, yeah, you you got to be something fierce if you're gonna dive into something head first to hunt for your food. So again, a new respect for the bird. Yeah.
Not only that, but like water that's completely oiled up.
Exactly.
At that point, that's frightening to think about. But you mentioned Greg Oden, War Room. First of all, that's like so many questions that we could ask you. But War Room, what is that like? Bring us average fans into the War Room. Pretend it's the Warriors today.
It's one of those cases. Just every War Room is different because everybody has their different philosophies, what they're looking for. But like the one thing that is constant, I think, across the board is the day that you wake up on draft day, you know something potentially exciting could happen. And the question is, will it happen to your franchise? And so there's just a quiet buzz around the organization. You've done your homework. Yeah. Now let's see how things unfold as the night kind of goes on, because everybody goes into it with a certain plan. Now that plan easily changes based upon, another team's preference to take one of your targets off the board. Then you've got to be able to switch gears within an instant and have a backup plan, B, C, D, all the way down, because you just never know what's going to happen, because there's so much chatter that's going around. You don't know what to believe. You don't know how much of it is truth or more so of a smoke screen. You see guys on the phone wheeling and dealing, trying to make deals to move up, move back. And so not everyone is showing their hand. So it's probably the greatest poker game that's being played when everyone's not in the same room. And so it's just one of those cases, particularly when I was working with Portland, the in-depth work that we did on all the players. We went so far as hiring a retired FBI agent who would actually go to these guys' high schools and talk to anyone that's had any dealings whatsoever with this guy. Because you think about it, these organizations are about to invest millions of dollars into this prospect. So you need to make sure you know everything you could possibly know and uncover. That way you can make the best informed decision on draft night. And so even with us, we would do college visits. So we would go and talk to the head coach, assistant coach, the trainers, even the GAs, those guys that are there rebounding the balls, like just to see how this guy would actually treat someone who maybe not so on the same status as him, but does he treat everybody the same? Like we want to know these kind of guys, because these are the guys going to be in our communities representing the franchise. And the last thing any team wants to have is any negative publicity affecting their fan base. That's the last thing they want to see happen. So you got to do your research. It's just countless man hours that go into just making sure that everybody knows everything about any player that we consider a target, and have those guys that are kind of in the back burner just in case, like, hey, if this guy's there, we may need to take a chance on it. I actually remember having a dream of what our starting five would look like. I wasn't quite sure who the point guard would be, but I had a dream of having Nicholas Batum in that fold at the time. And just, there was something about him I really loved, just his length, his versatility, the smoothness of his game, and how he would fit playing the 3 and the 4 with Greg Oden and LaMarcus, all those guys that were there. So it was just crazy. So, and then just looking at how close it came to having Kevin Durant versus Greg. And it just didn't make any sense with us, because Brandon Roy was at the prime of his career and he was playing so well. So like, you can bring in a guy like Greg Oden who will change your franchise for years to come, because we didn't see the injury coming. I mean, nobody saw it, but like, it was just one of those cases where you have to take a talent like Greg Oden, because he can completely change your franchise for years to come. And so just unfortunate that he had the injury that he did. And so we don't necessarily kick ourselves because we didn't take Kevin Durant, because we had other pieces that were there. It was just that Greg Oden piece that we did not have, and he's right there for the taking. So you got to take him.
I don't think a whole lot of people actually remember that. That was really a double whammy because of Brandon Roy too.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You had two, potentially, all NBA type guys go down, and that changed the franchise.
Yeah, we were right, and at that time, the Lakers were like one of our hated rivals. Like we were right there with those guys, and so being able to beat the Houston Rockets in the playoffs, that one game, I think Brandon Roy hit that long, amazing shot. So it's just, we were right there on the cusp of really, really doing something special there. But it just so happened that the injuries with Greg, the injuries to Brandon, everything just kind of fell apart right now. And so I feel the pain that the Warriors are going through right now because the
Yeah.
uncertainty of what's going on with Klay, like
Yeah.
having now to potentially like, are we going to be able to find a solid backup that can fill that workload that he brought for us, or are we going to have to do it by committee? You know, having multiple
Right.
guys being able to rotate in and not really, you know, wear Steph out in the process. And so I feel bad for those guys, but they've got a pretty solid coaching staff and front office where they're going to figure that thing out.
So now you got a chance to really research Greg Oden, and now the Warriors have, you know, this pretty highly touted big man themselves. Yeah. So what can you tell us about what you know about James Wiseman?
Well, the thing about it for him, he's about to have a lot of fun. When you've got that high caliber of basketball IQ and shooting around you, like I said, the premise always was you got a guy like Greg Oden, you can never have enough shooters. So knowing that he's going to have plenty of shooters around him, the floor is going to be spaced. He's not going to be double, triple team. Like he's about to have a lot of fun and see himself on ESPN a whole lot. And so just guys like Steph and Draymond, they're just going to make the game so much easier for him and just teach him the different nuances about stuff that he probably never really learned at Memphis because he could play. But they're just going to just open his eyes up to just so many different facets of the game, and he's going to have fun. Point blank period. Like they have one of the best fan bases out there. Like I remember coming out there playing you guys when I was with the Pelicans in the playoffs, and it's just electric. It really sucks. It really sucks that I know you guys think you might have your arena open like 50% capacity, but just having that thing packed to the rim, it's unreal in there.
Yeah.
Unreal.
And now they're trying to replicate that with all the different angles that they have at Chase Center. It was tough to really gauge that from last year's 15-win campaign, but supposedly the acoustics are supposed to be primed up to sort of mimic Oracle. But sorry, go ahead.
And the one thing I would say about Wiseman, like I understand how the game is changing for bigs to being able to step out and spread the floor. The one thing I would caution him with is not to get seduced with that idea of being able to step out on the floor. It's great that you can, but if you can operate in that paint around the basket as much as possible, it's only going to help the guys on the outside. Like you don't need to have all 5 guys out there shooting threes. It's great if you can probably stop and do it in transition if it's there, but if you can get in that in the paint and kind of bump and grind and really make the game easier for everybody. Everybody's going to have to play their role, and as long as he buys into playing that role, commanding that attention, being the guy that anchor everything down in the defensive end, he's going to be fine. And which I think he's a pretty coachable kid, but just being able just to play that role and not get seduced with venturing more and more away from the basket, whereas nobody's going to be able to stop you hardly, particularly with the different teams you're playing with. Everybody's trying to go a little bit of small ball. And one of the things that's so great about Golden State is the level of versatility, especially defensively, being able to switch everything. So once he kind of ties up just being able to protect the rim and being able to move his feet a little bit better, in those pick and rolls, because teams are going to try to go after him, try to get him off the floor. But once he shows that he's a willing defender and he's capable of being able to slide his feet, they're going to be tough to deal with.
We've talked a lot about Wiseman, and obviously he's the big highlight of the night. But what can you tell us about Nico Mannion, the other player the Warriors ended up with tonight?
I just think for him, he's going to be there just to really help facilitate everything, kind of ease the workload that Steph is feel like once he probably heard the news about Klay, that he feel like he's going to carry. So now you have an additional ball handler out there, a guy who could potentially make shots. So just one of those cases, just having that facilitator out there. I'm not saying he's going to be like a Rondo, but just you notice how just LeBron's job became a lot easier once Rondo came into the bubble. He didn't have to bring the ball up. He didn't have to initiate the break every time. Rondo was that guy. So you're hoping that Nico can kind of step in and be that other guy, be that confident leader, be able to where you can give Steph a rest or give him a blow for a stretch versus feeling like you have to play him for the entire game and also potentially risking an injury on his behalf. And so he's kind of flow and being able to just really kind of help spread the floor as well. And plus he's had some teammates that have got drafted tonight. So he's used to playing with guys on that with that pro potential. So it won't be a deer in headlights, not used to it, but I think he'll be ready for stage. It's just a matter of just getting acclimated to just how things are done with the Warriors. And so more so than that, he's just there to kind of help carry the load. And who knows, we'll see how things go with his NBA career. But just right now, he's there just kind of be that safety net to really kind of help Steph out and kind of hold the fort down until Klay is able to kind of get back into the fold.
Great, thanks.
So Justinian Jessup looks like they're going to do a draft and stash.
Stash.
Tell us about that. Like, what is that all about for the basic, beginner fan here?
I think when you're looking at stash guys, those are guys that'll be kind of potentially ready further down the road. Like right now, we can own his rights, let him develop, become the player that we hope that he could potentially be and help us later on down the road. So the biggest thing, you just kind of want to get his rights and be able to kind of just watch his development. You can probably send your coaches to wherever he may be overseas to really work with him, take him to the different nuances of what offensive sets that he'll be in, ways he kind of probably look to score on the floor, and just taking him and getting him acclimated to how things are done the Warriors way. And it also could be a case of where once he's able to come over, you're able to kind of put him in your G League team to really throw him into the fire, running your offensive set with other players. But the stash idea is just more so just being able to hold the rights of a guy who could potentially help you later on down the line. So, and looking at their roster composition right now, I'm not sure where their roster stands at just yet, but also with free agency coming up, you want to still have that flexibility, being able to add a guy and keeping him overseas and let him further develop. So.
Gotcha. I don't know, Gabe, if you have anything, but one of the questions I wanted to ask you before you leave is when we looked at all the rumors flying before, the number 2 pick, Wiseman, even this morning, there was, talk about trading down number 4. I've always wanted to know, like, when you were with Portland, this whole thing about smoke screens, I don't know if it's really happening or not. I mean, does that really happen? Like, you guys will leak out something to sort of smoke screen?
Well, my time in Portland, we didn't do that. But other teams have been known to kind of leak that information just to get you to show your hand as to what you're thinking, what you want to do. So, like I said, it's just one of the greatest poker games that's ever played. And a great movie to watch, if you haven't seen, I'm quite sure you have, is Draft Day with Kevin Costner.
I got to check that out.
The way that he operates in the draft room when he's had to give up his picks in order to get something, and the way he's able to maneuver to get them back is absolutely awesome. I won't say it's to the degree that what we have to do in the war room, but there is a bit of a cat and mouse game that's played to give up a little bit to gain more assets. So if you have not seen Draft Day, you got to go and check that particular scene out. Like, it gives me goosebumps every time I see it, because it's like, yeah, this is along the lines of what happens in NFL war rooms and inside the NBA as well. Like, you look at Oklahoma City, they have 17 draft picks. I don't know how many they gave up tonight.
Yeah.
Until the year 2026. Like, are you serious?
Yeah.
So he's being able to stockpile all these different draft picks that he can put in trade packages. Like, it's just unreal. But that gives you a sense of kind of the maneuvering and the jockeying back and forth, because, egos get involved. You want to feel like at the end of the night, when your deal is being reported and you're being graded on, that you didn't get the shorthand of the stick. And so some of that goes on to a degree, because you don't want to give up what you're thinking about doing to other teams, because then it helps them kind of place the next domino as to what they're going to do. So they're having a conversation with you like, hey, they're going to do this. How about we do this in order to get? So it's just a back and forth cat and mouse game. It's pretty unreal.
That's awesome. I love it. What you got, Gabe?
Yeah, I was just interested in kind of the behind the scenes more. I mean, you've talked about it a lot, but like, how is the process of fielding those trade offers, on the day of? Are you getting, like, do you have a bunch that are sort of like already on the table and you're kind of weighing? I mean, obviously it depends on the year and the situation, of course, but are you getting calls like in the moment, like while you're on the clock? Like, what's it like?
Yeah, so what we would have would be in a big conference room. And so everybody kind of plays their role while they're in there. So you have a guy that may have like a close relationship with, several teams. So he's having conversations with them. So the moment that they're thinking about trading something, they're calling that particular individual. And of course, you've got your big board up there and you're putting down like, hey, we got this offer from such and such team. This is what they're offering. This is what we have to give up. And then you're looking at the various trades that you've got going on, trying to figure out ways that you can either do just a one-to-one trade or a multi-team trade. So you kind of have this board where you got everything outlined as to what could potentially happen and what you could potentially do to better your team. So it's the GM that's having conversations with the owner, because ultimately, the owner's going to make the decision, and more times than not, the owner's going to lean on the judgment of the GM to make the final call. But he's having those conversations with him because, again, that's the owner. So you want to kind of make them feel like they're a part of the process because they're the ones paying the salary. And so it's just a lot of moving pieces. Like you could be sitting there having a discussion about something going on. All of a sudden, the GM gets up and darts out of the room. He's on the phone with another GM from another team. So you got different personnel talking to different people based upon the relationships you've been able to build over the season, over the years, and guys that feel like they can have honest conversations with one another. And so it's a lot of moving pieces on draft night, which just makes it exciting when you're able to get your guy that you were targeting. So
Yeah,
Wow,
awesome.
the draft. Nothing like the NBA draft, huh?
yeah.
So glad the Warriors are at a point where we didn't have to rely on the NBA draft as like the major driver of excitement every single year. But I think the draft is actually over now, and we don't want to just keep you on too long. So I just want to say thanks. I mean, this was so interesting to see, like, actually take us inside of the war room. It's awesome.
And don't forget, the food is pretty good too on draft days too.
All right.
I hope so. You guys are stuck there the whole time.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're definitely in for the long haul. That makes sure you are well fed.
Excellent.
So where can draft fans and enthusiasts find you, Doc? Instagram, Twitter?
Yeah, my Instagram handle is DocMartin2001. You can find me on there. My Twitter handle is DocMartin20. So definitely check me out and follow me.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. And we're going to keep an eye on Babcock Hoops, man. I mean, shoot, it's so much information. That's the one place where I found out James Wiseman had a 4.0 GPA. Amazing stuff you guys got on there.
Yes, sir. We definitely do our homework and research on these guys. Yes, sir.
Thanks. So, are you also involved in any other aspects of basketball besides Babcock Hoops right now?
No, just that right now. Yeah.
Gotcha. All righty. Thanks.
I appreciate it, guys.
Have a good night.
You too.
We'll see you maybe next year.
Yes, sir. I'll be here.
All right.
All righty.
Take care. Gabe. So I guess we're going to wrap it up here. You still there?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I don't know what happened to Dan. He might just let the meter run there, but at some point I think he's got to turn the YouTube live off at some point. But want to take this time to say, tell all of Dub Nation, whoever is still on with us, like, man, you guys are diehards here with 60th pick, and we're talking to a guy who just a couple draft experts to close the night. I think we found ourselves a pretty cool thing to do every NBA draft. But Gabe, we found each other on our Discord server, and that's one of the things I love about Discord. We should talk about that a little bit here. Is I don't know, Twitter just seemed to get too much negativity, and you can't even ask a question without getting bullied out there or ridiculed or some kind of sarcasm. And then for those of you out there who are looking for like information more so rather than entertainment, I would say, because Twitter has become more like more entertainment now, almost in a way. And so it kind of clouds the whole information gathering aspect. And that's when like you and I, we're trying to figure out, okay, are these smoke screens for James Wiseman? Because we have concluded that James Wiseman seems to be the obvious pick. We're not the only ones that came to that conclusion. You have writers at The Athletic, the guy at True Hoop, Henry Abbott, he went all in on James Wiseman. So then now we're trying to figure these other things out. Meanwhile, we get the aggregators telling us that Giannis is going to wear a Warriors jersey pretty soon, and it just gets in the way of everything. But with this Discord, I feel like now certain people of certain minds come to look for certain information. I think we can satisfy that part of it.
Yeah, I found it super useful to just have like a small community that's dedicated to having real conversations about it based on real information.
Yeah.
And
not get trolled.
Yeah. And we talked about this, but it's, you know, like the sports information circuit and the political information circuit are like, there's a lot of parallels there.
Yes.
And there's the drive, you know, a lot of these websites make money off of clicks, right? And so, and a lot of these accounts that are trying to like just aggregate stuff are all just, you know, they're just driving engagement in order to get it, you know, get whatever sponsors or whatever they're getting. And so Twitter is a hellscape of just complete random information, just and it's like viral, you know. I mean, it like metastasizes. You have like one person who says an offhanded idea. We had all this like LaMarcus Aldridge nonsense for a while, right?
Oh, right. Yeah.
And it was all like an offhanded comment on a podcast, but then like 14 other Twitter accounts retweeted, and now it's all of a sudden like a real rumor to some people. And I think just weeding through all that information, it's been really helpful to have, you know, a small group of people who are sort of checking in with each other. And I think if people who are interested, I don't know, I'm sure you can talk about how to get involved in that if people want to.
Oh,
but,
yeah. For now, it's just try and find us, DM us, and we'll go from there. It's kind of hard to like find more Discord people when you're trying to get away from Twitter. So to go onto Twitter to find people to get away from Twitter, that doesn't really add up. But we are, you know, getting there, and a lot of people on Instagram actually are, you know, don't get caught up in that as much. It's really interesting, the whole dynamic of NBA media. Like Twitter is where Woj, Shams, Chris Haynes, they all post to Twitter first. So that's where you kind of got to go first. And so following that flow of information can get a little hairy. But we're getting just real quick here, Sports Center, there's some optimism that Klay Thompson may not miss the entire season. Okay, that's good. Not the whole season. All right. Yeah. That's really, we'll take it.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. I mean, I think, if you can get Klay in the playoffs, then we're good to go.
That's optimistic. Yeah, that's good. Glass half full thing right there. So yeah, let's wrap this up. I don't know how. I mean, YouTube Live, someone's got to hit the off button at some point.
It looks like Dan said in the Zoom chat to let him know when you want to shut it down.
Okay, that's where it came from. I didn't even know how to Zoom